Hello. Hello.
Vina athari kwenye jamii ya watu. Umeelewa? Theories na models maana yake ni kama zile nadharia. Umeelewa? Kwa mfano kitu kama agenda setting theory. Umeona inaonyesha jinsi gani vyombo vya habari vinavyoathiri watu. Umeona hiyo ndio agenda setting theory. Kwa mfano labda ukizungumzia cultivation theory ni nadharia ambayo inaonyesha jinsi gani ukiangalia sana TV au programs zinazorushwa kwenye TV zinakuwa na athari na wewe. Umeelewa? Kwa hiyo theory zipo nyingi. Theory nyingine zinaonyesha jinsi gani siasa zilivyokuwa na athari. Kwa hiyo ni nadharia ambazo zinaweza kutumika katika kuexplain phenomena tofauti kwenye jamii, lakini kwa kutumia mawasiliano ya umma. Models ndo kama theories, ni extension ya theories. Umeelewa? That's fresh. Ethics ni maadili. Ethics purely ni maadili. Umeelewa? Maadili kwa maana ya kwamba maadili yani kitu gani cha kufanya, kitu gani cha kutofanya, umeelewa? Hayo ndio maadili. Na kuna codes and conduct ambazo zimeshakuwa set na Media Council of Tanzania. Umeona bwana? Na hayo maadili yanaweza yakawa morally, professionally, lakini unavyosema regulations maana yake ni sheria. Sheria za vyombo vya habari ambavyo zimetungwa na nchi, zimetungwa na bunge, kama unavyosema Media Services Act labda 2016.
Nasikika unapoongea hapa.
Dear viewers of our audio YouTube channel, this is a live broadcast of the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation, which this time around is being held here in Ruvuma region at Songea in our OUT regional center. This is a special live broadcast for those who are watching us online, and specifically for viewers in the diaspora and outside of the country. As you all understand that we have graduates and we have students from other parts of the world, especially students in Ghana, Nigeria, and other parts. So this is a special live broadcast for them and others as well. So welcome. Kwani anakuja kesho saa ngapi? Na maana itakuwa jioni. Naam? Kwa anakuja kesho jioni, sio? Tajaribu kumwambia Shu nione ratiba yake ikoje. Nitaongea na Shu nione ratiba yake ikoje. Yani aende nyumbani kwa Shu kwanza, alafu ndo wewe, yani sielewi.
Naam. Naona mambo yanakwenda vizuri. Wageni wetu wanaingia, wanafunzi wahitimu, wageni waalikwa, karibuni sana kwenye mkutano wetu huu wa wanazuoni, mkutano wa 33 wanazuoni wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Karibuni sana wahitimu wetu wa mwaka 2023. Karibuni hapa kwenye kituo chetu cha Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania cha mkoa wa Ruvuma hapa mjini Songea. Nawakaribisha sana, mjisikie mko nyumbani. Nafasi zipo za kutosha. Karibuni sana waliofika waingie ndani waweze kuchukua nafasi zao. Na kama hapa ndani patajaa, tumeshaandaa sehemu nyingine wataweza kukaa watu wote bila shida yoyote. Karibuni sana wahitimu wetu, karibuni sana. Majoho yapo ya kutosha. Wale ambao hawajachukua majoho wawe na amani, watapata majoho bila shida yoyote. Asante sana. Tukio letu hili tunalirusha mbashara kupitia mitandao mbalimbali ya kijamii ikiwemo YouTube, Facebook, Zoom na mitandao mingine. Kwa hiyo watazamaji wetu na wasikilizaji popote pale mlipo mnatufuatilia, shughuli yetu inakaribia kuanza. Muda si mrefu, saa 3 hivi, bado kama dakika 10-15 tunaanza programu yetu. Hivyo endeleeni kutufuatilia, mambo ni mazuri sana hapa kwenye kituo cha Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania cha mkoa wa Ruvuma. Karibuni sana wageni wetu wote, karibuni muingie ndani wale ambao mmefika, na wale ambao bado hawajachukua majoho tuwaambie tu majoho yapo ya kutosha, msiwe na wasiwasi wowote. Fuatilieni tukio hili muhimu, alafu tutawapa fursa ya kwenda kuchukua majoho bila tatizo lolote. Karibuni sana na Mungu awabariki sana.
Dear viewers of our audio YouTube channel, this is a special live broadcast coming to you live from Ruvuma region. It is the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation, which is being held here at Songea, and this broadcast is basically meant for those who are not able to attend, and for students in the diaspora and other countries, especially, as you understand, we have many students in Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda. So what you see on your screen is the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation, which is just about to start here in Songea, Ruvuma region. Please feel welcomed and be a little bit patient. We'll start soon.
Karibuni sana wageni wetu, karibuni sana wahitimu wetu wa darasa la 2023. Karibuni sana kwenye mkutano huu wa wanazuoni wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Mkutano huu ni mkutano wa 33 kwa mwaka huu wa 2023. Hivyo ni mkutano mkubwa, ni mkutano adhimu ambapo ndani yake kutakuwa na mjadala mzuri, kutakuwa na mada pale ambayo itawasilishwa na mbobezi Profesa Makenya Maboko. Mada hiyo itasema the implications of the newly revised education policy of 2023 and the future of higher education in Tanzania. The implications of the newly revised education policy of 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. This topic will be presented by Professor Makenya Maboko and will be discussed by the two discussers, Professor Elfastozo Bisanda and Professor Nelson Maruko. And thereafter, we're going to have a general discussion by all the members who are there. Na hiyo tunaenda kuwa na kitu kizuri kabisa hapa leo ambacho kitajadiliwa na watu wote watapata fursa ya kutoa maoni yao, kujadili mada tutakayokuwa mezani. Hivyo karibuni sana. Sambamba na mkutano huu tunayo pia maonyesho mbalimbali hapo nje kama mlivyopita kujiandikisha mmeona. Viko vitengo vyetu pale, kitivo cha sayansi, kitivo cha sanaa na sayansi za jamii wako pale, kurugenzi na mawasiliano na masoko iko pale kwa ajili ya kutoa huduma mbalimbali kwa watu wetu hawa wapendwa kabisa ambao tunao leo katika siku hii ya timu ya mkutano wa usomi. Hivyo baadaye kupata nafasi baada ya kumaliza shughuli hapa, basi tembeleeni pale muweze kupata huduma hizo mbalimbali kwa ajili yenu, lakini vile vile kwa ajili ya ndugu jamaa. Asante sana na karibuni.
Dear viewers of our ODL YouTube channel, this is the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation coming live from Songea, Ruvuma region, here at OUT Regional Center. And we are currently waiting for the distinguished guests to arrive. In this 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation, we have students, academics who will be attending here today. We're also going to have a keynote address. Among our schedule today, we're going to have the keynote address, which this time around the theme is the implications of the newly revised Education and Training Policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. This will be presented by Professor Makenya Maboko, and the discussants of this keynote address are going to be Professor Tozo Elifas Bisanda, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Tanzania. And another discussant is Professor Deus Ngaruko, who of course is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic. So please feel welcomed and please be patient. We're just about to start. For foreign students, this English live broadcast is also for you. We have students in Ghana, we have students in Nigeria, we have students in Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Namibia. I know many of you have not been able to attend, so we will be having this English live broadcast.
Naam, wahitimu wetu, kuna swali naulizwa hapa kwamba tunahofia baadaye tutakuwa na foleni kubwa ya kuchukua majoho, kwa hiyo hatutapata. Niwatoe hiyo hofu. Jana kuna watu wamekuja hapa na costa kama 5 hivi, wameshachukua majoho wote na wako wamekaunt. Kwa hiyo ambao mmekuja leo mtakuwa wachache tu kuchukua majoho, kwa hiyo usiwe na wasiwasi huo. Lakini jambo la pili, nyinyi ndio shule yenu. Kwa hiyo shughuli zenu nyinyi ni mbili. Hii hapa na ya kesho. Kwa hiyo hapa mnatakiwa kuonyesha bashasha kwa kweli. Inaitwa graduating class of 2023. Graduating class of 2023. Sasa hapa mkiwa mnaona hivi tena nini sasa hatujui nini mtakufanya nini. Hapa mtoshi. Hapa wameweka msamiati mzuri. Ndugu sana. Naomba kwa sauti hiyo. Ili tuelewane na wahitimu wangu hapa. Sawa. Kwa hiyo ndugu wahitimu, hii shughuli ni yenu. Watu wote unaotuona hapa tumekuja kwa ajili yenu. Bila nyinyi tusingekuja hapa. Kwa hiyo mnatakiwa muonyeshe furaha ya hali ya juu kwamba watu wote hao wanasafiri huko kote wanaofuata nyinyi. Na nimewaambia nyinyi mnaitwaje? Graduating class of Nashukuru sana.
Dear viewers of our ODL YouTube channel, this is a live broadcast of the 33rd Annual General Meeting of the Convocation, which is being held in Ruvuma region here at Out Regional Center in Songea. The General Annual Meeting of the Convocation is like a congregation of academics and graduates which will involve discussing of themes and other activities like, presentation of awards to best students and leaders and things like those. We're also going to have a keynote address, of which the theme this time around is the implications of newly revised education and training policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. This is a keynote address which will be presented by Professor Makenya Maboko, and the discussants will be Professor Elifas Toza Bisanda, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Tanzania, as well as Professor Deus Ngaruko, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics. This live broadcast in English language is specifically for students or foreign students or students in the diaspora, or students in Kenya, students in Rwanda, Burundi, Namibia, Ghana, Nigeria. I understand we have a lot of graduates there, and most of them have not been able to attend here, so you can watch us. You can pay attention to what is happening in this annual general meeting of the Convocation through our live YouTube broadcast. So currently we are waiting for the distinguished guests to arrive. The guest of honor in today's event is Colonel Thomas Laban. We also have other distinguished guests, professors, academics. Our guest of honor, Colonel Thomas Laban, is the Regional Commissioner of Ruvuma region. So as soon as he arrives, the distinguished guests will come in, they will be greeted, and our event will start officially. So please be patient. We will start soon.
Asante sana. Naona mambo yetu yanaenda vizuri na muda si mrefu viongozi wetu wataingia hapa, tutaanza programu yetu. Nataka kuelekeza tu sehemu za kuliweka vizuri. Unataka kunawa mikono yako, unataka kunawa uso, basi sehemu hizo kutoka kwenye mlango ule na geti kwa pale kuingia sehemu hiyo hapa, au kwa hawa ambao karibu hapa kutoka tu kwenye korido hiyo, basi kufuata hii korido utapata sehemu hiyo ya kujiweka vizuri, kunyoosha tai, kunawa mikono na kadhalika. Hivyo msipate tabu, mambo yote sawa. Wale ambao tuko upande ule, mlango wetu ni ule, tunatoka tunaingia. Wale ambao tuko hapa karibu, mlango wetu ni huu, na korido hii. Naambiwa kwamba tayari mpaka mgeni rasmi ameshafika, kwa hiyo wote wapo. Ndani ya dakika 10 anawaleta hapa tuanze programu yetu. Kwa hiyo na sisi tuko tayari wageni wetu kuwapokea kama ambavyo tumeelekeza. Watakapokuwa wanaingia viongozi, tutasimama heshima kuwapokea, tutapigia makofi, kina mama tutachukua vigelegele. Wakishafika hapa kwenye meza kuu, tutaendelea kusimama, tutafungua shughuli yetu kwa wimbo wa taifa. Tutaimba wimbo wa taifa, tukimaliza wimbo wa taifa tutaketi, alafu tutaendelea na ratiba yetu.
Dear viewers of our audio YouTube channel, as we are waiting for the guest of honor and other distinguished guests to arrive, and we have been informed that the guest of honor has arrived, so in about few minutes they will be arriving, and we'll officially start our event. We'll sing the national anthem before everything starts. So just to remind you, this is the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation, which this time around is being held in Ruvuma region, here at OUT Regional Center in Songea. Today's event involves the congregation of academics, students, and graduates who are going to graduate tomorrow. And we expect to have different events today here, and the program will involve the giving of keynote address, And the keynote address this time around is about the implications of the newly revised education and training policy of 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. That will be presented by Professor Makenya Maboko, and it will be discussed by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tozo Eliphas Bisanda, and it will also be discussed by Professor Deus Ngaruko.
Areas, as indicated earlier, they are going to be awarded. Now, before the awards, for the awards presentation, there will be a preamble, the explanations, the narrations, that explains the reason why this particular prize is given to a particular student. There are going to be a sort of explanations. And then the awarding prize to the best student will follow. And after, we're going to have awarding certificates of merits to also leaders. Open University student organization, they're going to be awarded. And after the awarding process, we're going to have a speech by the guest of honor. We are going to receive a speech from the guest of honor, who is the RC of region. And after that, we are going to have a keynote address. A keynote address on the topic that the implications of the newly revised education and training policy of 2023 and the future of higher education institution in Tanzania. So we're going to have this keynote address by Professor Makenya Maboko. After the presentation, we're going to have a discussion. And here we have two discussants. It's Professor Ngaruko and Professor Bisanda. Professor Bisanda is our Vice Chancellor, and Professor Ngaruko is Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, Research, and Publications. And then after the two discussants, we're going to have a general discussions, whereby all the participants here will be given an opportunity to share their views, to share their opinions, to critique, the keynote address that have been addressed before us. And after the discussion, we're going to have vote of thanks to the guest speaker and guest of honor, and this will be carried out by Professor Alex Makulilo. And then we're going to have a group photo, and after the group photo, the guest speaker and the guest of honor will leave. After that, we're going to have the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation, and this will be the last part of our today's event. Kwa hiyo hayo ndio mambo ambayo yatawasilishwa hapa leo, na tutajitahidi within a very short period of time tuwe tumemaliza haya mambo. Hatutakuwa na mlolongo mrefu sana, so don't worry, tutamaliza vizuri, alafu tutaenda kwenye majoho bila shida yoyote kwa wale ambao bado hawana majoho. Hapo vipi? Tuko vizuri Kwa hiyo muda si mrefu wataingia sasa ili tuweze kuanza shughuli yetu.
Our dear viewers of ODL YouTube channel, in a few minutes the guest of honor will be arriving at the venue together with the Vice Chancellor and other distinguished guests, and we will soon kickstart our event, of which, according to today's schedule, of course, it will involve the opening remarks, and these will be given by Professor Modest Verisanga, who is, of course, is the president of the convocation. So the welcoming remarks will be given by him. Then we'll have opening remarks. These will be given by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Tozo Eliphas Bisanda. It basically involves introduction and basically telling us why we are here today. Then after that, we'll have the DVC academic, Professor Deus Ngaruko, the Vice Chancellor for Academics, Consultancy, and Research and Publication. He will give the preamble to awards presentation. Like as you all understand that this event of the convocation involves prize giving. Okay, it involves award giving to the students who have performed well. So the best performing students will be given there, and there will be different categories of these awards, as we will see, as how the professor will tell us. Yes, then after that we're also going to have an event which will involve the giving of certificates to leaders. AUTSO is the Open University of Tanzania Students Organization, so we'll also have that. Then after I informed you before, the guest of honor for today's event is Colonel Thomas Laban, who is the Regional Commissioner of Ruvuma Region. And then after that, we're going to have the keynote address. And the keynote address this time around is about the implications of the newly revised education and training policy of 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. Yes, so the keynote address will be presented by Professor Makenya Maboko, and the discussants for this keynote address, as we have been informed before, the discussants will be Professor Tozo Eliphas Bisanda, who is the Vice Chancellor of AUT, and Professor Deus Ngaruko, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics. Yes. Then after that, there will be a vote of thanks from Professor Alex Makulilo. Then after the vote of thanks, we'll almost be done. We'll have a group photo, and then we'll have a few discussions from the guest speaker. Then lastly, we're going to have the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation. So that is, in a nutshell, the timetable of today's events. So yeah, I feel welcomed, especially for our students, for our foreign students in other countries in the diaspora, our students in Ghana, our students in Nigeria, our students in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Namibia. We're grateful for having you. We understand most of you have not been able to attend today's event, but you might be watching us through our YouTube channel, and we're grateful for that. We would like to welcome you. Please feel at home, and this English live broadcast is for you. Dear viewers of our ODL YouTube channel, soon the guest of honor will be arriving in the venue. This is the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation. This time around it's happening in Ruvuma region here at OUT Regional Center in Songea. Annual general meeting of the convocation involves the gathering of students, graduates, alumni, and other academics, and there will be different events which will be happening here today. And as I've informed you before, one of the most important things, we are going to have what we call the keynote address. This is like a presentation, and this time around the theme is the implications of the newly revised education and training policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. It will be presented by Professor Makenya Maboko, and it will be discussed by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tozo Elifas Bisanda, as well as our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics, Professor Deus Ngaruko. Our guest of honor in our today's event is Colonel Thomas Laban, who is the Regional Commissioner of Ruvuma region, basically our host for today. So as the invited guests keep on arriving in the venue, we urge you to be patient as we will soon start our program. And this special English live broadcast is specifically for our foreign students, our students in the diaspora, our students in Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi. We also have plenty of graduates from Nigeria, from Lawe University, Ghana. So this English broadcast is for them. Please feel at home. Please feel welcomed. We'll soon be starting our event. Yeah. The convocation is an event which gathers the graduates, students, alumni, and as I have said before, some of the events which will be happening here today also include presenting awards for the best performing students, and these will be presented by Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics. We're also going to have presentation of certificates to our council leaders and other people. So we expect to start soon. Please be patient, feel welcomed. And for our foreign students, we appreciate, we are proud of you, and please feel welcomed. We're all together.
Kama nilivyoeleza awali, sehemu zile za kunawa mikono, sehemu zile za kuweka vizuri tai ziko nyuma ya jengo letu hili. Kwa wale walio karibu pale, mlango ni ule, ukitoka tu kwenye korido ya kwanza nenda moja kwa moja. Kwa walioko upande huu, unatoka kwa mlango huu, unaingia, kuna geti iko hapo utaiona, moja kwa moja unaenda unaweka vizuri tai yako na suti yako. Naona viongozi wanakuja sasa.
Okay, now our distinguished guests are about to arrive in the venue. The guest of honor, Colonel Thomas Laban, who is the Regional Commissioner of Ruvuma. They are now entering, and all the guests are standing as a sign of respect for our guest of honor, as well as other distinguished guests. So those arriving there, the distinguished guests, which includes the guest of honor, Colonel Thomas Laban, the Regional Commissioner for Ruvuma. We have Vice Chancellor Professor Tozo Elifas Bisanda. We also have other Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics, Professor Deus Ngaruko, the president of the convocation, Professor Modest Verisanga. We also have Professor Alex Makolelo, and now will be the national anthem.
Asante sana, naomba tukae.
So that was the national anthem of the United Republic of Tanzania, and with that national anthem, the annual general meeting of the convocation, the 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation is officially opened. And as you hear, our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Omari Maguo, is introducing the distinguished guests.
Professor Makenya Magoko. Oye! Makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Professor Elfas Tozo Bisanda. Oye! Rais wa wanazuoni wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Professor Modest Verisanga. Oye! Ma-DVC wa Chuo Kikuu Huria. Oye! Wajumbe wa baraza la chuo. Oye! Wajumbe wa seneti. Safi! Mambo ni mkali kali, mambo ni mukashara. Live bila chenga. Mambo yanapatikana kwenye YouTube, yanapatikana kwenye Zoom, yanapatikana kwenye Facebook.
So that is our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Omari Maguo, who was introducing the distinguished guests. He introduced our guest of honor, Colonel Thomas Laban, who is the Regional Commissioner of Ruvuma. He introduced the Vice Chancellor, Professor Tozo Elifas Bisanda. He introduced the President of the Convocation, Professor Modest Verisanga. He also introduced the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics, Professor Ngaruko, as well as members of Senate, members of University Management.
The Regional Commissioner for Ruvuma, Chairman of the University Council, the Open University Council.
This is a live broadcast.
Professor Joseph Kuzilwa.
And this English live broadcast is specifically for foreign students in the foreign countries and our graduates in Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Burundi,
President
Kenya.
Of the Open University of Tanzania convocation.
We understand that you could not attend. We are also aware that most of the students could not attend
Deputy Vice Chancellor,
this convocation. Most of them will be around tomorrow in the graduation ceremony.
Garuko,
but please feel welcomed.
Planning, Finance and Administration, Professor George Silvanus Oreku, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Learning Technologies and Regional Services, Professor Alex Makulilo, members of the University Council who are here with us, members of the University Senate who are here, Secretary to the Council is also present, Deans and Directors of the Open University of Tanzania, heads of department and units of the Open University of Tanzania, and the DRC Director of Regional Center of Ruvuma, Dr. Julius Frankie, and other DRCs who are here with us, staff of the Open University of Tanzania and the student, as well as the graduating class of 2023. Graduating class of 2023. Hello. There is a hello. Graduating class of 2023. Hello. Thank you very much. The protocol being observed. Without wasting much of our time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to call upon Professor Modest Barisanga, who is the president of our university convocation, for a welcoming remarks. Professor Modest Barisanga, the floor is now yours. Much welcome.
So coming on stage is Professor Modest Barisanga, who is the president of the convocation, and he's here for the welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much, MC. My welcome remarks will be very brief. So to start with, I say it is my privilege to welcome the Regional Commissioner of Ruvuma, Honorable Canon Papa Thomas, together with his entourage, who has kindly agreed to be our guest of honor and the host of the great occasions, today's convocation and tomorrow graduation. Exceedingly grateful for the presence of Professor Joseph Uzilwa, who is our very sharp and able chairman of the University Council. We wholeheartedly welcome the Vice Chancellor of the Open University, Professor Eliphas T. Bishanga. And it is also my great pleasure to introduce our guest speaker today, who is the former Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for academic research and consulting of the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Makenya A.H. Maboko, who is going to talk to us about the implications of the newly revised Education and Training Policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. Of course, this is a subject in which we should all be deeply interested, because it is by understanding the new policy that we can best play our roles as one of the important higher education institutions in Tanzania. For the interest of time, I may not be able to sufficiently introduce Professor Maboko to the current audience. But apart from being the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, as I have said, he has also held different administrative posts in the university as well as out of the University of Dar es Salaam. he has served and he is still serving as the board chairperson of COSTECH. This is Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. As well as he was the chair of the committee which prepared the very new education policy which we are going to discuss today. I equally appreciate and value each and every member of our academic committees. We have academic committee of the university, the Senate, and we have advisory committee, the council, and they benefit from their expertise, leadership, compassion, and generosity. We thank you for making the lives of the people we serve, who are students, matter. Other visiting dignitaries, the university welcomes you all and appreciates for coming to share the joys of this momentous occasion with us. The entire community of the Open University of Tanzania enjoys the privilege of being together with you today and hope you are feeling the warmth around. So I say karibuni sana. Last but not least, I recognize with pride and satisfaction the presence of our deputy vice chancellors, deans, directors, professors, lecturers, and the other members of the university staff. Together, they have made the university what it is today. Dear graduates, dear family and friends of our esteemed OUT graduates of 2023, including, of course, the international students as well as their representatives, invited guests, also leaders, security, media groups here present, accepting my warm welcome to the 33rd OUT convocation ceremony. Before we proceed, it is with great sadness I have to convey that our academic community has suffered a tragic loss. Not long ago, the OUT community suffered a great loss as one of its academic members, Dr. Lillian Shayo, passed away. But together with her, the university has equally lost some students, and even some members of the convocation may have either lost their beloved relatives, or as a convocation community, we may have lost some of our beloved members. We will miss them, and we are always with their families and friends. May we now raise to a minute of silence to honor and remember those who have departed. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen. Honorable guests, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you here present to this historic ceremony. Today's ceremony marks the 33rd convocation of the Open University of Tanzania. On behalf of the entire community, I most heartily welcome our guest of honor, the Ruvuma Regional Commissioner, together with his entourage, and I also extend our warm welcome to the government officials here present, and in particular, officials from the regions surrounding Ruvuma. Again, karibuni sana. I would like to congratulate all the graduating students and their families for their hard work during the years of intensive study at the Open University of Tanzania. Both you and all of us can be proud of your wonderful achievement. Very unfortunately, however, We cannot have one of our PhD graduates here today because he also passed away due to some illness. Since we could judge that he has finished all the academic requirements for graduation, a posthumous PhD award will be conferred on his behalf to one of his appointed relatives tomorrow. Details will be given by the DVC responsible. Dear graduates, family members and guests, welcome to the OUT's convocation ceremony and thank you for being here today. Many of you come from afar and have faced a long journey to be here. We are honored by your presence and are pleased that you have accepted the invitation to take part in this celebration. Some other students may not be able to be here in person, but today the glory joins us. They are following us online and we would like to also greet them with affection. Together, we want to pay tribute to the outcome of our work and the commitment. I know that on occasions such as this one, there is a risk of being too rhetorical or celebratory. Therefore, I will try not to be so. Honorable guest of honor, on behalf of the OUT convocation members, I register our deep appreciation to you for putting into organizing our two ceremonies, convocation and graduation as per OUT's norm and standards. Your mindfulness, inventiveness, and careful arranging have guaranteed that we have an effective day. Much thanks to you and your team for such a great amount for being there with us. We cannot thank you enough in mere words, but being part of the hospitality business ourselves, we look forward to a continued relationship with the people around the southern regions in the future. Honorable guest of honor, we sincerely appreciate your presence and honorary participation. We look forward to hearing your opening speech together with the keynote address for our convocation. The majority of us here are aware and they appreciate that you have gained a wealth of experience through your portfolio, while I appreciate that you have personally demonstrated interest towards the Open University of Tanzania. Therefore, humbly welcome you to this occasion. Guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to inform you that this year we expect to welcome a total of 3,980 new convocation members, out of whom 570 are postgraduates, including 54 PhDs. 1,277 are undergraduates, while 1,208 non-degree holders. In the current cohort, there are about 21 students who are from different countries, hereby referred to as international students. We have 6 from Namibia, 5 from Kenya, 4 Rwanda, 3 Ethiopia, 1 Egypt, 1 Uganda, and 1 United States of America. In this group of international students, there are about 7 PhDs, 5 masters, and the rest are either undergraduate or postgraduate diploma studies. The new members are in fact being initiated today, since they are graduating tomorrow. The members or the graduates the new members or graduates constitute 56% males and 44% females, implying that the gender disparity is slowly narrowing, but but we should not be complacent and give gender equity in higher learning institutions as well as other employment organizations is attained. Gender imbalance in Tanzania remains the case despite the opportunity and the flexibility offered through ODM provisions. Open and online learning open doors to all who qualify to join education programs and enhance their career to enroll into higher education, hence growing professionally. Honorable Mr. Mohana, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I do congratulate all prospective graduates in various academic fields who will be conferred certificates, diplomas, degrees tomorrow at the 42nd graduation ceremony. May I use this opportunity to welcome all prospective graduates to the Open University of Tanzania Alumni Association, which was officially inaugurated on 22nd September 2022 by Honorable William Lukuvi, an OUT alumni and MP for Ismani constituency in Iringa. The current president of the OUT's Alumni Association is Honorable Musa Sima, an MP for Singida Urban constituency. Graduation is such an important milestone for graduates and their families, and I congratulate you all on your achievement. The completion of your degree is a great personal accomplishment, and it's also a milestone shared by parents, siblings, and friends who contributed to your success. As a staff of the Open University, we are so proud of your achievements and wish you well in your chosen career as you leave today the university, this time as our valued ambassadors. Borrowing from Tom Proko, he said, you are now educated. Your certification is in your degree. You may think of it as the ticket to the good life, but let me ask you to think of an alternative. Think of it as your ticket to change the world. Are we together? Your degree is a ticket for you to change the world. Mr. Wada, colleagues and the community in general, OUT will provide awards for the best performing students in the 2022-2023 academic year. The university has also provided leaders certificates of merit. I sincerely commend and congratulate all our awardees for their noted achievements. Please keep it up wherever you go. I'm happy to inform you that the OUT alumni website is available and it is handling all alumni operations. So, graduates, you are warmly encouraged to enroll or to list yourself in the alumni database. As I invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elfas T. Isanga, to welcome our esteemed honorable guest, the Ruvuma Regional Commissioner, to proceed with his award event speech and later on to award prizes and certificates to the OUT's prospective graduates. I thank all of you for attending this grateful event. I wish you all a peaceful and enjoyable stay at this convocation. Thank you very much.
So that was the president of the convocation, Professor Modest Beresanga. He just completed giving his welcoming remarks.
1, 2, 3. That is not enough. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
So that is Professor Modest Verisanga, and on the podium right now is Vice Chancellor Professor Tozo Eliphas Bisanda.
The Vice Chancellor.
He will be presenting the
for the opening remarks.
Opening remarks.
Let us welcome Professor Bisanda for 2 big claps. 1, 2. Again. Thank you.
Honorable guest of honor, Colonel Avan Thomas, the Regional Commissioner for Ruvuma, Joseph Zero, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all observed. My first task is to introduce all the participants in this meeting, so that we know who is who and who is where. Thank you very much for improving my audibility. I've already mentioned the guest of honor and the chairman of council. Maybe chairman of council, Professor Piro, can you stand? Because they are very important person. We also allow our guest speaker, Professor Makenya Maboko, to stand. And may I allow the Deputy Vice Chancellors, all 3 of them, to stand. And we already saw the President of the convocation here, so I don't have to ask him to stand again. But can the RAS, Regional Administration Secretary, Mr. Ngati, and also the District Commissioner for Songea District. Thank you. And I have also members of the Regional Security Committee, Kamati ya Ulinzi na Usalama, ya mkoa. And I have the RIO, Regional Education Officer. Can you stand, madam? RIO? Yes, there are many other guests from the regional office and the district office. Can they all stand? Those from the government, district and regional offices who I didn't mention. Okay, can also I have the members of the council and senate of the open list. Members of council and senate. And I have also deans and directors of the open list. I have all the academic and administrative staff of the open list. Academic, all who were not one of deans and directors. All academic members of staff, both academic and also administrative and support staff. Okay. Can I have members of the OUT alumni, those who graduated before now, who are here? Those who are, yes. Those are members of alumni. Can I have also those who are going to graduate tomorrow, who are here? Yes. Okay. And I have also those who are not graduating, but they are coming because of one of their relatives is graduating, and they are in here. What do you sindikiza? Yes. Can I have people from the media? If you are not holding a camera. Yes. These are very important people who are going to tell the community. Can I see other members from Ruvuma who are here? Wananchi. Simanishi Yanga. The Wananchi? All right, thank you very much. I'm here only, first of all, to welcome all of you to this occasion. It's a very important occasion, but also to thank Ruvuma region for having accepted to host our convocation and graduation tomorrow. Can we clap for Ruvuma region? It's a big thing. It's a big thing for us, Open University, but also for the people of Ruvuma region. I want also to congratulate the graduating students who have traveled far. I met some who are coming from Kagera, and some who come from Musoma, and some who came from Katavi, from all over the country. Can we congratulate them also? But also those who came from near, you know that we should not ignore who came from Binga and Tunduru. They also travel, even from Songea town. Congratulations to them. When I was driving recently, there was a lorry behind me, no, in front of me, we overtook it. But that lorry has had some very interesting writing at this wood which hangs at the back of the lorry. And these were the words that I read from that lorry. Kusoma sio kazi. Kazi ni kubadilisha elimu kuwa kazi. I pondered so much on this. I took a picture and I was like, this guy, I thought things like I always think. Getting education is not really a job, but getting a job or transforming your education into a job is a job. So this is my message for those who are going to graduate tomorrow. That we have given you just a piece of paper. It is useless if you can't make it meaningful to give you a living in today's world. Honorable guest of honor, I do not want to spend much longer because the president said almost of what I wanted to say. But let me say that the Open University is open always. We welcome you. We welcome your relatives. You who have graduated should go out to become our ambassadors so that we get more students from the community. As you have seen, our education is friendly, it's flexible, very, very flexible, and also quite affordable. With those few words, let me now welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic to read a preamble before we start the award ceremony for those who performed well during the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bisanda, for a welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 big claps for Professor Bisanda. Thank you very much.
So that was Professor Tozo Eliphas Bisanda giving his welcoming remarks, and now on the podium is Professor Deus Ngaruko, who will be giving the preamble for the award giving, and later on the presentation, the actual presentation of the awards themselves.
Professor Barisanga, President of the Convocation, Chairman of the University Council, Professor Kuzirwa, Keynote Speaker, OUT community, invited guests, our expectant students tomorrow who will be graduating, the media, and all who have been invited, good morning. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. And this year it is also cash plus a trophy. The fourth is Minister's Prize. This is given to the best female performing student in each bachelor program, provided that the best student has a GPA of at least 3.5. This year, the award is also cash, plus it's only cash. Number 5 is Chief Justice Prize. This is given to the best student in the Faculty of Law with the first class GPA. We have had this prize, I think, for as long as I remember, but this year we have one. The award is a certificate plus cash and a trophy. The sixth is the CYP Diploma Prize. This is awarded to a candidate with the highest first class.
Our dear YouTube
Can you pick this award?
viewers, the ongoing event is the presentation of awards to the best performing students,
But
and
Winifreda's
the Deputy Vice
numerical
Chancellor
GPA was
for
the
academic
highest.
is calling one by one the
other one
students
from Faculty
who
of
have
Science,
performed the best.
Technology and Environmental
They are
Studies.
coming forward to take
This
their
is
awards,
Matai
as well as shake hands with the
Shadrach
guest of
from
honors
Kinondoni with the
and
first class of
other
4.6 GPA.
distinguished guests.
If he's not there, then
The event will later on be followed by the presentation of prizes and awards to
the third award
leaders, and for those students who are not there,
is Dean's
the Dean of Students
Prize.
coming forward to collect the prizes for them.
The second best in each faculty. In the Faculty of Education, we have Shaw Moses Adam from Kinondoni with the first class.
This time around, the
Dean,
best
please,
performing
Faculty of
student
Education, if you can
is a
take
female.
the award. From Faculty of Business Management.
In last year's convocation and award presentation, also a female student
In the Faculty of Education, there
became
are
the
two.
best performing student.
Shaw was the first. The other one is John Joseph, who had also first class with the 4.6 GPA, and is from Dodoma.
So all these students coming forward belong to those categories that the DVC Academic had
The
identified
Faculty
earlier.
of Business Management,
And most of these have
we
first
have Michael
class
Alphonse
degrees.
from Tabora with first class of GPA 4.7. Dean, Faculty of Business Management, please. Faculty of Law, we have Hamisi Seleman with a GPA of 4.1 from Kagera. Hamis? Are you Hamis? Oh, no. So, please, Dean, Faculty of Law, you can pick for Hamis. Okay. Professor Magali, can you pick for Hamis? Dean, Faculty of Law. Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, we have Mamlangala Maclean with a first class of 4.5 from Dodoma. Is there? From Faculty of Science, we have Onyango Moses Oko from Iringa with the first class 4.6. Now we move to Minister's Prize, Best Female in all academic programs. Now I be calling your names, please move faster. BBA, Human Resource Management, we have Asenga Cristianta Donati from Ilala. BBA Marketing, we have Mwacha Josephine. BBA Finance, we have Kayanda Benasa Robert. Please, Dean, Faculty of Business Management, pick all those prizes for your students, your graduates. Bachelor of Human Resource Management, we have Mundekesie Beatrice. From Bachelor of Procurement, we have Joseph Helena from Arusha. BBA International Business, we have Jana Salama. Dean, please come and pick awards for your graduates. BBA Accounting, we have Kambenjo Joyce from Manyara. And then Faculty of Law, LLB, we have Thomas Irene from Kinondoni. And then BA Mass Communication, we have Shayo Helen from Arusha. BBA Sociology, we have Kigwinya Mary from Kagera. Then Bachelor of Social Work, we have Ngoda Christina from Dodoma. She's there. Social work, Ngoda Christina. Bachelor of Library Information Management, Chipungahelu Monica from Kinondoni. Dean, please come and pick for her. BA Natural Resources Assessment and Management, Kagaba Javemis from Kinondoni. We have Bachelor in Population and Development, Khatib Juliana from Kilimanjaro. BA Tourism, Mkama Faustina from Arusha. Bad Solomon Flora from Morogoro. And then BA with BA BSET, we have Rashidi Nusura. And then BA with Education, we have Kolukwi Luciana from Arusha. BED Special Education, we have Kagawa Anna from Mara. And then BED Teacher Education, we have Begmisa Devota. This is from Kinondoni. BED PM, we have Daudi Winifrida, who is an overall winner. She was doing Bachelor of Education in Policy Management or something. BBA with Education, we have Hamdani Sauna from Arusha. BED Adult Education, we have Kaindoa Elida from Kinondoni. Then BSc ICT, we have Kapinga Lydia from Mwanza. The BSc with Education, Daniel Pendo from Manyara. And BSc Environmental Studies, we have Bartolomeo Doris from Ilala. And then BSc with BSc General, we have William Elita. William Elita from Kinondoni. BSc Data Management, we have Kalifum Agnes from Mwanza. And then the last one is BSc Food Nutrition Dietetics. This is Amos Sifania from Mwanza. The other award is CYP Diploma, and this is awarded to Godwin Juliana, who had a GPA of 4.6. Director IC, please, if you can pick that award for her. Now, the also presidents award. This goes again to Daud Winifrida from Geita. Guest of honor, the also Secretary General Awards also goes to the same Winifrida Daud from Geita. The other award is Chief Justice Award, which goes to Makoye Masaro, first class in LLB. The last but not least, Mr. Vincent Pepos Award, which goes to Kolowa Sebastian Justice with a GPA of 4.3. Guest of honor, now I request you to present award to the other two groups. The second group is Certificate of Merit to OUT Students Organization Leaders, but who have graduated. There are about 10. The first one is Lazaro Molel from Arusha. He was regional secretary. These are awarded with certificates. Those, if you are not there, thank you. The second is Godfrey Abeli Mahegema.
Dear viewers of our YouTube channel, that what you're seeing on the screen right now is the presentation of awards. As we have told you before, we had almost 10 categories. We had the Vice Chancellor's Prize, whereby this is provided to the students with the highest GPA amongst all the bachelor degree graduates, and that is a cash prize of 300,000. Another prize is the Chancellor's Prize. Okay, this is for students with the first or upper second class for faculty, and it's a cash of 3.5, and the prize is cash of 225,000. The other category is the Minister's Prize, whereby the student gets 100,000. Other prize is the Chief Justice Prize. Unfortunately, we could not have a winner this time around. We also have the CYP Diploma Prize. The other category is Honorable Dr. George Paul Kiwelo's Prize. We also have the ALSO President Award. We have the ALSO Secretary General Award. And the last award is called Mr. Vincent Mpepos Award. This is a new category, and this time around it is given to the best academic student with the highest GPA in Masters of Arts in Mass Communication. And this year around it has gone to a student called Sebastian Kolowa, who has a GPA of 4.3, and he will be collecting a cash prize of 200,000. So
this was Minister of Sports and Games.
This is what is happening right now, and
that marks the end of the second group. Now the last group is, this is a special award or special awards to two selected individuals who have outstandingly supported the university, particularly during this academic year. The first one is Ruvuma Regional Commissioner, yourself.
So what you're saying right now is the presentation of awards for people with an outstanding contribution to the Open University of Tanzania. We are done with
This
the
time is a trophy.
Best Performance Award, and now
The
awards
other
are
one
being given to
goes
officials
to
who have contributed
Professor
a lot
Makenya
in this
Maboko,
event, and the Open University of
who is going
Tanzania.
to be awarded the trophy as well.
And it's also being
When
given
we asked
to
him to participate,
Professor
he did not
Makenya
hesitate.
Maboko, who,
You know, he's very
as I've
much
told you
occupied.
before, is also
Thank you
going
very
to be the presenter
Thank you, guest
of the
honor.
keynote
This is the
address.
end of, awards.
And this is the end of the award giving.
Thank you very much, Professor Deus Ngaruko, for a wonderful job. Indeed, it was wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big clap for Professor Ngaruko. 3 big claps for Professor Ngaruko. 1, 2, 3. 3 big claps for the high table. 1, 2, 3. 3 big claps for all the awardees. 1, 2, 3. Mambo haya ni mazito. Kuna mtu mmoja aliposikia watu hawaji akajifanya yeye anataka kuja. Alafu akaondoka. Mambo ni mazito haya jamani Education is not an arena of battle. You will always pass if you settle. Always try to be humble by fighting like a Maasai who protected his cattle. We believe in you, our awardees. We believe in you that you are wise enough to rise. Unless otherwise, some inconveniences will arise. Asante sana. Graduating class of 2023, oye! Graduating class of 2023, oye! Inabidi mchangamke. Yaani ukisikia unatajwa graduating class, unashangilia, usikae kimya, wewe ndio sherehe yako hii. Tuko hapa kwa ajili yako jamani, au sio? Graduating class of 2023, oye! Thank you very much. The guest of honor, after the awards presentation, we are now going to have a speech by the guest of honor. And before that, may I take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable William Kapenjama, the District Commissioner for Songea.
And now coming forward is Honorable Kapenjamno, who is the District Commissioner of Songea. He will give a speech, a brief speech, then after that he's going to welcome our guest of honor, the Regional Commissioner, Colonel Laban Thomas, to speak to the audience.
Ambao wapo kwenye maeneo mbalimbali wakifuatilia. Kwa hivi tutawaruhusu wawasilishe kwa lugha ile ambayo wananchi wote wa mkoa wa Ruvuma wanaweza kuelewa kile ambacho kinasemwa hapa. Waheshimiwa viongozi wetu, mkuu wa wilaya, karibu sana.
Right now is the District Commissioner.
Katika mji huu tuko na bustani ya wanyama inaitwa Ruhira Zoo.
He's also encouraging us that after the graduation and the convocation we should go around to see what is happening in the district. There are some different tourist attractions. And that he understands that the event is being attended by people who are coming from different parts of the country, from the islands, Zanzibar, Pemba, and he's urging the graduates and the invited guests to go to the nearest national parks and the nearest zoo to see animals, and it costs just a few shillings, 1,500 shillings to go see these animals. And for those who like history,
Mwafrika alipojaribu kukataa kabisa kutawaliwa na watu wa kaskazini au na watu wa Ulaya. Hapa ndipo yapo makumbusho ya vita ya Majimaji.
He's also encouraging those history lovers.
Miaka 1905
for the
mpaka
Majimaji War. This is a war which was waged by Africans living in the southern part of Tanzania. It was a war of resistance towards the German colonial rulers, and the war happened from 1905 to 1907. It's one of the most famous wars. It's called the Majimaji War. It was led by the famous African resistance leader, Mr. Kinjekitile Ngwale. So the district commissioner is also urging people to go visit this museum, the Majimaji War Museum.
Lile kaburi mnaweza mkaliona na orodha ya wale waliozikwa pale mnaweza mkawaona. Lakini pia mtapata fursa ya kuona hata lile kaburi la chifu wetu mkubwa hapa. Huu mji umepewa jina la chifu aliyeitwa Nduna Songea. Walikuwa mbabe wa hapa miaka hiyo.
He's also talking of the graves of our fallen heroes and the famous grave of the chief of this area. Actually, the name of this district has been named after him, Chief Nduna Songea. So that grave is also there. He's urging people to go around and visit all these places. He's also reminding us of the visit of the Chancellor, the German Chancellor. The German President. You would remember that he visited Tanzania about a month ago, and among the things that he addressed is that he apologized for the German atrocities committed to the people of Tanganyika during these times, and we are actually grateful for his apology. Not so many colonial powers have been able to apologize, so yeah. So the district commissioner is also encouraging us and inviting us to visit all these places. We would learn a lot.
Yani maji yanapoanzia inasemekana kwa kweli ukiyagusa ama ukanawa una baraka unapata. Sasa kama watu wanaamini inawezekana ipo. Na kwa hiyo si vibaya kujaribu kama unaweza kuamini. Na mkipenda pia kuna utalii, shamba kubwa la mikahawa katika Afrika Mashariki, Afrika ya Kati na kusini mwa Afrika lipo katika wilaya hii.
The district commissioner is still telling us of these attractions which are available in his district. He's talking about the biggest coffee farm which is here in Songea. We can go pay a visit to see how this coffee is being cultivated.
Tunauza nje ni 4% kama 4 tu ndo tunakunywa. Tanzania hatupendi kunywa kahawa. Aviv plantation nzuri mno mkienda pale. Ule muundo wa jinsi ilivyo mikahawa ya kisasa mtapenda sana. Lakini niwaeleze tu Ukristo ulianzia huko kusini. Kuna mji unaitwa Peramio, baadhi yenu mmesikia.
He's also talking about the origin of Christianity in this country at a place called Peramio, whereby the missionaries had built their facilities. Most of them were destroyed during the Majimaji War, but most of them are still around. So he's urging us to go visit and see this architecture marvel in this Peramio missionary.
hapa
So the district commissioner is basically telling us that there are a lot of things in this Ruvuma region, particularly here in Songea, his district. There is also wonderful food, wonderful drinks. So he welcomes us to go in all those places, as we would get to learn a lot.
International politics itaweza kugundua ni kwa mkoa wa Ruvuma sasa ni moja ya mikoa giant katika kuchangia pato kula taifa, si tu kwenye chakula hii ni obvious, sisi ndio tunaongoza kuzalisha chakula Tanzania.
Has become very important in contributing to the country's economy in terms of food production and in terms of income generation. So the district commissioner is really proud of his district.
Mkoa huu umetunukiwa makaa ya mawe ni mengi sana, na hii ni fursa. Na ninyi wasomi wanaweza kuandika na kuchapisha mambo mengi, maana makaa yetu ya mawe asilimia 60 tunapeleka Ulaya, hasa katika nchi ya Poland, kupitia bandari ya Mtwara.
Which I hear in Songea district being transported in other parts of the world.
Kuna viwanja vingi sana. Ukitaka kujenga hapa magodown yanahitajika kwa wingi sana. Godown moja ukijenga hapa kwa ajili ya kukodisha.
He's also talking of the availability of vast plots of land, and that the plots of land people are invited to come, build godowns, build houses, build businesses. So according to him, there are plenty of opportunities which can be utilized here in Songea. The district commissioner is also urging us that if there is a possibility of holding this event again next year, he would be very glad if it happens again here, and he pledges that he will enroll to be a student of the Open University of Tanzania.
Miaka michache ijayo. Baada ya kusema hayo, msisahau waeleza mtakaowaambia huko kwamba huku kwetu serikali ya Tanzania imefanya mambo makubwa sana. Hii barabara mliokuja nayo hii,
he's also reminding us of the great things which have been done by the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, like the beautiful roads that we have seen while traveling to this region. He saw the good work of the government, the United Republic of Tanzania, saw the roads, the port at Nyasa, like, so there is a port at Lake Nyasa which will also facilitate transportation from all parts of the country. And he's also encouraging the Open University of Tanzania to expand, so that so many people can be able to benefit with this university, even the neighbors of Malawi and Mozambique. And now he takes this opportunity to welcome the regional commissioner of Ruvuma. Honorable Regional Commissioner, please welcome. Okay, on the podium right now is the guest of Ruvuma. And in a few seconds, he will be giving his speech.
Mheshimiwa Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo,
Honorable Vice Chancellor, before I start my speech,
sisi ni wanasiasa party. Na sisi nafasi yetu kubwa,
he's saying that we we are politicians, and the biggest forum for politicians to work is on the forums and political rallies. So they are usually not very good with time.
Wale mitume wa Mwenyezi Mungu aliyekuwa janta alikuwa ni Musa. Yaani Musa ndio alikuwa Shabani. Na najua profesa umeenda Misri.
He's saying that during those times of the prophet, the most gigantic prophet was Prophet Moses. And even if you go to Egypt, the Egyptian pyramids during that time, you'd be able to prove this. He's giving a narration of how Moses went to pray.
Watu wake wao wanaswali, yani wafanye swala sio kwa siku 50.
He's saying that when Moses went to pray to God, God gave Moses 50 prayers that the people of Moses should be praying 50 times. But he was told that you people cannot be able to pray 50 times, so these were reduced into 5.
Kwa nini unapambana na kuacha usingizi? Ndio maana wanaonadi ile swala siku zote wanasema swala ni bora kuliko.
So he's talking about these 5 prayers which were later on given to Moses, and that the most rewarding prayer among these 5 is the Fajr prayer, the early morning prayer.
Kwamba Open University iko kila sehemu. Na nikashukuru kwa sababu kuna watu wametoka almost Tanzania nzima wako wanafunzi. Na wenyewe nayo ni fursa yao kuja kupaona. Na makamu mkuu wa chuo mimi kilichonileta mara ya kwanza ilinileta kuja kuwa mkuu wa wilaya.
So he's saying to the Vice Chancellor that the first thing which brought him into this place was when he came to take the position of being the district commissioner. It was in June 21st, and he came from Kigoma. And that was the time now when he got to know about this region of Ruvuma.
Lakini somo nilikuwa sijui tu baada ya kuipa somo. Wakati nilikuwa nakutana shule. Lindi na Mtwara pamoja na. Kwa hiyo wanafunzi karibuni. Na ile fursa mimi kujua Tanzania.
So the guest of honor is welcoming the students and the graduates. He's also acknowledging the presence of the district commissioner. He also acknowledges the presence of other local government officials. He's also recognizing the presence of the president of the convocation, Professor Modest Barisanda, as well as the vice chancellor, as well as the other DVCs around.
Professor George Oleku, naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Tanzania mipango, fedha na utawala, Professor Alex Makuliro, nilikutana naye asubuhi akanichanganya na ndugu yake.
So, dear viewers of our YouTube audio channel, this is a special live broadcast for our foreign students who are out there in Rwanda, Burundi, Ghana, Nigeria, Egypt, Uganda, who are all graduating tomorrow, but unfortunately they are not here today. So what we're seeing right now is a speech from the guest of honor, Colonel Thomas, and right now he's basically saluting the distinguished guests and everybody who has been invited here, and he's greeting them with the greeting of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Makamu mkuu wa chuo,
Honorable Vice Chancellor,
kwanza nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu.
first I would like to start by thanking God who has enabled us to travel safely and reach this place here.
Kuhudhuria kongamano hili kubwa kwa siku ya leo. Nashukuru pia kwa kupewa heshima hii ya kuwa mgeni rasmi katika kongamano hili.
He is also thanking the audience for being given the honor of being the guest of honor in this 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation.
Makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Tanzania,
so he's spending his sincere gratitude to Professor Eliphas Bisanda for inviting him and finding him capable of officiating this event today. And on behalf of the government of the region of Ruvuma, he's taking this opportunity to welcome all the people in the region of Ruvuma. He understands that most probably most of the people here, it's their first time coming to this Ruvuma region, so he welcomes them very much. And as what was said by the district commissioner, that this Ruvuma region is like the food basket of the country.
Na mimi kila mwaka huwa nazikusanya zawadi hizo kwa ajili ya uzalishaji wa chakula hasa mazao ya nafaka. Na kwa mwaka jana tulizalisha chakula cha kutosha.
He's saying that last year they produced more than 1 million tons and sold about 700,000 tons, and they were left with surplus of about 500,000 tons. So he's also saying that his region of Ruvuma is always the winner when it comes to food production, and he's also talking of the subsidized fertilizer, and that this fertilizer is being very instrumental in the production of food, and he's expecting that this time around they will even use more.
Makamu mkuu wa chuo unatambua umuhimu wa chuo kikuu cha Tanzania.
So the guest of honor is saying that he recognizes the contribution of the Open University of Tanzania in the contribution of education, both in the region and in the country as a whole. He's thanking the university for putting into place all these learning facilities so that the students can be able to pursue their studies effectively. He's also appreciating the investment by the Open University of Tanzania of all these facilities which are found in his region, so as to enable students and reach more students around this area to do their studies. So he is congratulating the management of the university as well as the Vice Chancellor of the university for making sure that of providing these facilities in his region. So he thanks them very much.
Napenda ifahamike kuwa chuo kikuu cha Tanzania tangu kuanzisha kwake kimezalisha wahitimu wengi sana, wakiwemo wanataaluma wakubwa.
It should be known that since its inception, the Open University of Tanzania has produced a lot of graduates from different sectors, both inside and outside the country. And even those who are expected to graduate tomorrow, there are plenty of leaders and public figures and government officials. So the contribution of these graduates in the development of our country as a whole is important, and it's an example to be reckoned with
mkubwa wa kutoa wanataaluma ambao wanachangia kuboresha na kuimarisha.
So he congratulates the university for producing academics and all these professionals who contribute a lot in the development of our country, our continent, and the whole world. And the evidence of this is that we've heard that the university has graduates from all over the world, places from Egypt, from Rwanda, Europe. So this convocation, which actually happens every year, aims at basically trying to see and discuss what is happening in the university and give direction and way forward of how to improve university activities and students' affairs. So he's saying that it's important to have such a gatherings. Basically, the convocation. So such a gatherings help to improve different activities of the university. The guest of honor is saying that he understands the importance of the review, the newly revised education and training policy of 2023. So he's talking about this process of the review of our education and training policy. And this, as I said earlier, will be presented later on by Professor Maboko. He also understands the shortcomings which are there in our curriculum in terms of addressing our challenges when it comes to employment. So he hopes that this review of the curriculum, the review of this education and training policy will cater for those challenges and the loopholes in the curricula that we have.
Watashiriki ipasavyo katika shughuli za uzalishaji mali katika nyanja tofauti. Kongamano hili linatambua kwamba sera ndiyo inayoaksi dira ya maendeleo.
This convocation understands that it is the policy which gives direction of the education system, and it is important to prepare good policies which will give us quality curriculum.
Sera na matokeo yake kwenye mifumo ya elimu ya juu nchini Tanzania. Utekelezaji wa sera uendane na utatuzi wa changamoto za sekta ya elimu.
So among other things is that this convocation today will discuss, as I have told you earlier, about the implications of the newly revised education and training policy of 2023.
Hivyo ni vema kutambua kwamba kongamano hili ni sehemu muhimu ya kuja na
So it's important to know that this convocation is an important part to come up with better education policies and how universities can bring forward thoughts and ideas that can address these challenges that we're having right now, especially low economic growth and unemployment. It should also be known that most of the advanced countries have put a lot of emphasis in the development of science and technology. Recently, the development of science and technology also involves lectures. This is because the world is currently being driven by the development of science and technology, especially in education, commercial and medical
Na
and
katika
business
kupitisha
issues.
hili, asubuhi nilipokuwa naongea na makamu mkuu wa
And
chuo
in proving that,
na nyinyi wanafunzi wake,
in the morning when
aliniambia
I
hawatungi
was
siku
talking to the Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor told him that these days they
nusu saa kabla
don't
ya
make
mtihani.
papers,
Yote haya
I mean they don't make
mabadiliko
exam
na
papers,
maendeleo
so
ya sayansi na teknolojia. Maana yake
most
ni
of these
kwamba
papers are
vyuo vikuu kupitia
given
sera
online.
hii ya elimu inabidi viangalie ni namna gani vinaandaa mitaala inayoweka
so
mkazo
universities
katika
through this
ushiriki
new
wa sayansi
policy of education
ya
should
jumla
also
inayoendesha
try
maisha
to look
yetu
at how
ikiwemo tehama.
they put together their curriculum
Sera mpya ya elimu
to enhance
inasisitiza
these
ubunifu
technological
katika
changes.
ujasiriamali, kilimo na uzalishaji mwingine
This new
katika sekta
education
za
policy
utalii,
also
uvuvi
emphasizes the
na
sectors of
Vyema
agriculture,
sasa elimu na mitaala ya
fishing,
ikaweka
mining.
msisitizo kwenye
So it's
maeneo haya
important
pamoja na
that
maeneo mengine muhimu
universities
ili
also
kuwafanya wahitimu
put
waweze kuyamudu
emphasis
maisha
on these
na
sectors
kukabiliana na mazingira
so
yao.
as to enable the graduates to
Washiriki tunatambua
to take charge
mkazo
of
wa
the
elimu ya
environment.
ufundi kupitia sera mpya ya elimu. Hii ni nafasi ya pekee ya vyuo vikuu kuendana na maono haya kwa wataalamu wa elimu ya ufundi kwa kubadilisha nadharia na kujifunza.
The guest of honor is
taaluma
also
na kuwa jawabu
talking
la
of the
ajira
importance
kwa
of
vijana
these
watakaomaliza elimu ya msingi
at the
na ngazi za
institutions,
juu
technical institutions,
na chini, lakini kwa utaratibu
and to
wa
making
sera
sure
mpya.
that they're also integrated in our
Sera mpya itaifanya
education
nchi yetu
policy.
kuipatia kila ngazi ya elimu uzito
So,
unaostahili na
He's
kuutambua
saying
mchango
that
wake
this new
kwenye
education
maendeleo
policy
ya taifa.
has incorporated all
Kwa
these
mantiki
things.
hii ni kwamba uwepo wetu kwenye kongamano hili iwe chachu ya kuleta manufaa chanya kwa kutoa ushauri sahihi kwa chuo na elimu ya juu kwa ujumla, ili mitaa ya chuo
The guest
kikuu
of
cha
honor is
Tanzania
encouraging
iwe
us that
mfano wa
our
kuigwa
participation in
na
this
vyuo
convocation
vingine na duniani kote.
should be a catalyst to
Elimu ya juu kwa kupitia
give
ufadhili
ideas
wa
and
Benki ya Dunia
opinions that will help
imepandisha
to bring
maeneo
solutions to
mbalimbali
all these
ikiwemo
challenges that are
tafiti,
facing us.
taaluma na hata huduma za kitaalamu kwa jamii, lakini pia ufadhili wa Benki ya Dunia kupitia mradi wa Higher Education for
The guest of honor is also talking about the World Bank funds, especially the HIT program. This is a special program which is being funded by the World Bank so as to improve education sector in our country in terms of learning, research.
Chuo kina mikakati ya kufungua kituo cha ubunifu pale Kibaha mkoani Pwani. Hivyo na kishauri chuo kupitia wazo hili.
The guest of honor is also aware that the university intends to open an innovation center at Kibaha region, so he's urging them to take into consideration of all these things. The guest of honor is still thanking the university for deciding to hold this annual general meeting of the convocation here in Ruvuma, as well as the graduation here in Ruvuma, and he's pledging his support to the Open University of Tanzania, and he's also commending the efforts done by the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, efforts done by the President in conjunction with the Ministry of Education. The guest of honor is commending them for the remarkable work which is being done to improve the education system in Tanzania.
Uongozi wa chuo lakini na mwenyekiti wa bodi, mfanye kituo cha Songea kama nyumbani kwenu na popote na muda wote mkijisikia.
The guest of honor is also affirming what was said by the district commissioner, that they should make this Songea regional center to be their home, and that they should feel welcomed anytime they would like to hold an event like this. They're welcomed anytime.
mmeridhika na
And
kile
he's also
kidogo
saying that the award which was given to them for their remarkable contribution was not given in vain, and that they probably deserved the award because of the efforts that they've been doing all time long. The guest of honor is also talking of the zoo, which is here, the tourist attraction, the historical sites, the museum, all the things which were said previously by the district commissioner. Since he might not get this chance again, he is really congratulating all the best performing students. He's really congratulating them, and that it is their efforts which enabled them to get these awards. So the guest of honor is finishing by thanking the university and the management for giving him this honor of being the guest of honor, that amongst all these professors and all these distinguished guests which are here. So he feels privileged and lucky to get this opportunity of being the guest of honor. After saying all that, I would like to officially declare that the convocation has been opened. So our dear YouTube viewers of our YouTube channel, viewers from the diaspora and our foreign students and others who could not attend the convocation, that was a speech by the guest of honor. He has finished his speech, and the master of ceremony is asking the audience to congratulate him by giving him a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much, guest of honor, for a wonderful speech that has really made a lot of things in regard to the developments that have been reached here in the Ruvuma region. Moving ahead to our today's program, we are now going to have a keynote address under the topic, the implications of the newly revised education and training policy of 2003 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania, that is going to be delivered by Professor Makenya Maboko. Now, Dr. Mauri, would you please take the keynote speaker and the discussants to the stage.
So next is the keynote address. As we have informed you earlier that the keynote address this time around will be presented by Professor Makenya Maboko, and the theme is the implications of the newly revised Education and Training Policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. And discusser number one for this is Professor Bisanda, the Vice Chancellor, and another discussant for this keynote address is our own Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Research and Publication, Professor Deus Ngaruko.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC.
So here is the President of the convocation, Professor Modest Varisanga.
Professor Maboko. I think the shoes are bigger.
He's now introducing the keynote speaker, Professor Makenya Maboko.
Also Bisanda, our Vice Chancellor, to do so on my behalf, please.
So the President of the convocation has invited the Vice Chancellor to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Makenya Maboko.
Professor Makenya Maboko is a very accomplished Professionally, he's a geologist, and we graduated the same year. When I was getting my BSc in mechanical engineering, I was getting his BSc in geology in 1981. So it's a long time. Professor Maboko has served for many years in the Faculty of Science of the University of Dar es Salaam, but finally he was a DVC academic for 2 terms at the University of Dar es Salaam. But importantly, regarding this particular presentation today, he was actually chairing the committee that reviewed the curriculum for the primary and secondary education for the new system that we are going to be running for next year. And so he's going to be making a presentation, make a little bit reflection on what he said and what we supposed to do, particularly the ODL community. But importantly, I think this is a very unique opportunity for him to visit the Open University officially as a field address speaker for this occasion. Karibu sana, Professor Maboko.
So the Vice Chancellor has officially welcomed Professor Makenya Maboko, who is the keynote address speaker. Let's please listen to him.
Guest of honor, the Regional Commissioner of the region, Colonel Laban Thomas, Chairperson of the University Council of the Open University, Professor Joseph Kuzigo, Professor Elias Isanga, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University, Chairman of the Convocation, Professor Modest Darisanga, members of Council, here present, Deputy Vice Chancellors, members of the Convocation, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I should begin first by thanking the Open University for inviting me to be the guest speaker at the 33rd Annual General Meeting of the Open University Convocation. It is indeed a great honor to me. And the topic of my talk today is, as indicated, the implication of the new education policy or the edition of the education policy and curricula on developments in higher education. Because I was chairperson of the National Committee for Curriculum Reform, but what I'm going to present is actually a fusion of work done by the twin committee, which was chaired by Professor Joseph Semboja, and that committee was looking at policy reforms, reforming the higher education policy of 2014. I'm not going to talk a lot about policy, I'm not going to talk a lot about curriculum, but what I hope to achieve at the end is that I'll just give a very brief introduction of what the main changes in the structure and curricula of education is, and my aim is to provoke discussion on how higher education in Tanzania ought to evolve so as to align itself with the new education policy and the curriculum changes in the lower levels of education, that is in basic education and primary teacher education. I also hope to provoke discussion on how higher education in Tanzania should respond to global demographic changes and the consequent trends in the global labor market. Let's therefore begin with a brief highlight of what are the major changes in the education structure and the education curricula precipitated by the changes in policy. Next. We all know that there have been complaints from the general public for a very, very long time about inadequacies in our education system. There have been calls for mjadala wa kitaifa kuhusu hali ya elimu and things like that. And after these long-term complaints, it It culminated in the President, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, directing that a major review of our education policy and curricula should be undertaken. The main aim of this review, according to the directive, was to ensure that graduates have the competencies required for the world of work. That echoes what Professor Bisanda saw on the tailgate of the lorry, that education is one thing, but transforming that education into work is quite another, and that's probably what is the real purpose of education in the first place. Next. After the President's directive, the review of the education policy of 2014 has been completed, and the revised version, the education policy of 2014, 2023 edition has been approved. Now, the main thrust of the revised policy, if you distill it to its most basic, is to ensure that every Tanzanian child receives an education that will enable him or her to achieve two things. Next. The first thing is that this young Tanzanian should acquire, upon graduation, a basic understanding of her or his environment, and therefore grow as a socially responsible citizen. Aweze kujua majukumu yake katika jamii. That's one purpose of education. But does not end there. In addition to that, he should or she should acquire competencies that will enable him or her to become a socially useful citizen through participating fully in economic activities upon graduating from formal education. Lazima aweze kujitegemea, aidha kwa kuajiriwa au kwa kujiajiri. Next. Now, in order to accommodate these twin demands, these important twin demands, flexible pathways that can accommodate all learners' interests, capabilities, and goals, taking into account the local socio-economic context, have been introduced in the education system. As a consequence, the following education structure has been proposed, has been approved now. It was a proposal, now it's been approved by Cabinet. Next. I'm sure we all heard at one stage or another of this new education structure. I'm not sure you can read what is on the what has been projected, but I'll just summarize it very briefly. Let's start at the bottom of the diagram, where we have what is called elimu ya malezi na makuzi, and that is early childhood education. This is before formal schooling, and this will last for 2 years, and to enroll children who are 3 years old. They will graduate from elimu ya malezi na makuzi when they are 4 years old, such that by the time they turn 5, they can go into elimu ya awali, or pre-primary education. Pre-primary education will last for 1 year, and when you graduate from pre-primary education, from the 1 year of pre-primary education, you join primary education. The primary education duration has been reduced from 7 years, and is now to be 6 years. Up to this level, up to the end of primary education, everybody follows a common curriculum. But after the 6 years of primary education, now everybody has to go to lower secondary education. Everybody has to go to Form 1. It is compulsory. And lower secondary education will still last for 4 years, meaning that compulsory basic education has now increased from 7 years to 10 years. 6 in primary and 4 in lower secondary education. To introduce the flexibility we have talked about, beginning from lower secondary education, beginning from Form 1, students will be able to pursue one of two major pathways. They could continue with what we call elimu ya jumla, or general education, more or less similar to the system we have today. There are some important differences that I will talk about. But they could also pursue an alternative pathway of what we called elimu ya amali, or a vocational education stream. The main difference between these two streams is that in the elimu ya amali, the vocational stream, the students will only take 4 academic subjects, 4 compulsory academic subjects. And these are basic mathematics, English, Historia ya Tanzania na Maadili, this is a new subject, and business studies. Why business studies? So that you introduce to them entrepreneurial skills that will help them transform whatever else they learn into economic opportunities. Waweze kubiasharisha taaluma zao. In addition to these 4 academic subjects, they'll have to opt for one vocation or one trade currently offered by the Vocational Education Training Authority, VETA, using the same curriculum that is used in the VETA schools. So the cries of naomba chuo cha VETA kijengwe wilayani kwangu should actually disappear, because in essence, every secondary school will be a chuo cha VETA. And when they graduate after secondary education, they get 2 certificates. One from Baraza la Mitihani la Tanzania for the 4 academic subjects, and one from NACTIVATE, which will be a National Vocation Award Level 3. Now, National Vocation Award Grade 3 is sufficient to make you employable, but if you cannot get a job, it has imparted in you sufficient skills that you can employ yourself. Remember, you also took business education, so you can use the ujasiriamali that you learned from business education to biasharisha the trade that you learned from the VETA curriculum. And this could be ufundi wa kawaida, mechanics, bricklaying, plumbing, it could be sports, it could be music, it could be ushoni, and so forth. Any vocation that is offered by VETA would be incorporated in the school curriculum. Let's switch back to the general education. The general education will have 6 compulsory subjects, mostly academic, including the business education, by the way. This is compulsory for everybody. But, you see, the president's directive was every student should graduate with skills to be able to participate in the world of work, whether you took the general stream or you took the vocational stream. So currently, in our present curriculum, we have 3 or 4 streams, nature pool. We have arts, we have science, we have kilimo, and we have biashara. Those have been increased to 11. And if you can go to the next one, please. And just next. Okay. These streams, this is the last bullet there. Now, the streams now, the major pools now in the general education are science. We have one for ICT. We have one for agriculture. We have one for music. We have one for sports. We have one for business. We have one for science, textile and garment construction, food and human nutrition, art and languages. In each of those streams, at least one subject will prepare the graduate who does not continue with higher education to the world of work. If it's language, we're going to teach you Kalimani, we're going to teach you Uhariri, we're going to teach you translating and so forth. If it's sports, of course, the sports will be your business. If it's textile and garment construction, the Ushoni will be it. Agriculture is obvious. ICT, you can manage websites for people and so forth. Can we go back about 2 slides? Next, back again. Okay. So that finishes Form 4. Okay. In the general education, if you cannot go to the next level, which is Form 5 and Form 6, the 11 streams have equipped you with some labor. If you don't, you go to Form 5 and Form 6. If you're doing the vocational stream, if you finish Form 4, you don't want to go and work as an artisan, you can go to what we call elimu ya amali sanifu. You can go for a 3-year diploma program, and that's equivalent to the general education 2 years of A level. You graduate with a diploma. If you want to exit, you can go and work as a technician. If you want to continue with higher education, you can go to what we call technical higher education. You can get a degree or a diploma in technical higher education. You can also say, nimechoka sasa na vocational, and switch over. Use your diploma to switch over to general higher education. If you did the general stream after your A level, okay, you can go to university. Higher education, you do the general higher education. But we know not everyone will go to, even not everyone who finishes Form 6 goes to university. So to take care of this, we have done something similar to what we did for the general stream at Form 4. Currently there are, I think there are about 40 what are called combinations. Those have been introduced, increased to 81. And of those 81 A-level combinations, 60 or so of those have at least again one subject that will impart to the graduate some skills. So if you don't go to A-level, there will be a subject in your combination that will make you participate in the world of work. Now this in a nutshell are the basic changes in the education structure. Let me go next. 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 So those were changes in the curriculum, in the structure. But we also did some changes in the curriculum. First, by the vision and objectives of the education system remain aligned with the philosophy of education for self-reliance. But in addition to that, they aim to strengthen competencies in what are called the key 21st century skills. And these are communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, digital serving, ethics, and patriotism. Most of those skills are what employers currently complain that our young graduates at all levels of education seriously lack. But the curricula have also been redesigned to emphasize the cultivation of these core competencies and to strengthen development of practical skills. Next. Next. Now, to ensure competitiveness, these curricula have been benchmarked with international best practices, but at the same time, they have remained cognizant of the national context. So special emphasis have been placed on strengthening the teaching of languages to strengthen communication. Mathematics, we have all heard about the CRI, with our mathematics results and our English results. The sciences and technology, as well as embedding the use of ICT in the teaching and learning process of all subjects from the earliest grades. Next. Next, please. In terms of teacher education, which is at the lower level, minimum qualifications for entry into a pre-primary and primary school teacher training program have been raised from Form 4 to Form 6. So primary school teachers will now be Form 6 graduates. And these Form 6 graduates will undergo a 2-year diploma program. And there have been also changes in how these teacher degree programs have been designed. They emphasize teaching methodology and practical training, so that the teacher, when he completes or she completes his or her diploma, is actually a competent classroom actor. We don't give you a lot of theory. We want you to be able to apply the theory into actual classroom delivery. Next. Next, please. Now, all secondary school teachers will henceforth be holders of a university degree. We're phasing out diploma holders teaching in the lower levels of secondary education. But in addition to develop professionalism, all prospective teachers will have to serve a compulsory one-year internship program upon graduation. Next. We have introduced a vocational stream, a very ambitious vocational stream. We don't have enough teachers for those, so teachers for this stream would have to be recruited from amongst university graduates with the necessary training, such things as engineering, agriculture, tourism, sports, or whatever. And those who don't have pedagogy will have to undertake a postgraduate diploma in the education program to equip them with the requisite pedagogical skills, an obvious and niche area here for the Open University and other universities. Next. We know that vocational education is a practical education, so we shall need workshop instructors who will support the practical training of students in the vocational streams, and these will be recruited and trained, and a special certificate program has been developed for skilled artisans, those with the National Vocational Award, to train them as workshop instructors. Next. Now, this is a summary of the changes that have been introduced in basic education from 1 to Form 6 and in teacher education at the pre-primary to primary level. Obviously, these changes have a direct impact on the way higher education conducts its business. Some of these are very simple ones. For example, there have been a number of new subjects which have been introduced in the basic education curriculum, things like business studies, the languages like Chinese, Arabic, computer science, Historia Tanzania Madili, and so forth. Next. These subjects will have to be introduced in the teacher education programs in higher institutions. Zile combination, sasa lazima uanze kufundisha business education as a subject for your teachers. But also higher education will also be required to produce degree programs combining vocational skills with education, agriculture with education, engineering with education, tourism with education, fine art with education, and so forth. That, I think, is probably the easier impact. Introduction of twinning new subjects in the teacher education program. But apart from introducing new subjects, new approaches to teaching and learning have also been introduced in the curriculum. Next. The changes that have been introduced, for example, include embedding ICT in the teaching and learning process of all subjects at all levels. Lazima tuwafundishe walimu wetu tarajali namna ya kutumia tehama katika ufundishaji. Masomo yote. You're teaching business education, you will use ICT, how to teach that. You're teaching biology, you have to do that. You're teaching geography, you have to do that. Currently, our pedagogy does not allow for this. So we shall have to think of ways, to come up with ways of how to do that. The new curriculum have embedded cross-cutting issues like gender, financial literacy, corruption, inclusiveness, and so forth into other, while teaching other relevant subjects. Wasema wamechopeka, unafundisha uzalendo wakati unafundisha labda fasihi. unafundisha financial literacy au tunafundisha hisabati. There's a special pedagogy for this. So our teacher education programs will have to introduce this in the pedagogical skills. But we also say that we want to cultivate core 21st century skills and competencies and also practical skills in the students. There must be a pedagogy for doing that. This pedagogy will have to be included in our teacher education programs. Next. We have had a competence-based curriculum for quite some time, but talk to the teachers, they all complain that they have not been skilled in how to actually teach using competence-based curriculum. So we shall have to teach our students to adopt teaching methodologies which are appropriate for competence-based curriculum. And to deal with that, we're adopting appropriate assessment methods for a competence-based curriculum and the impacting on core 21st century skills. Large classes are going to continue to be a problem for a foreseeable future in this country. In the first world, if somebody tells you you have a large class, you probably have 20 students. Hapa kwetu, katika shuleni, kuna mashule yana wanafunzi 200 darasani. We shall have to develop methodologies for handling large classes, also as part of our pedagogies. Next. So the teacher education program will have to include content that impart the skills to their trainee teachers. For many years, we have been conducting, and this is not only for teaching, this is for almost all disciplines. Let me talk for teachers at the moment. We have been conducting teaching practice. At the end of the year, students go for 6 weeks, they are crowded in schools, and we know this doesn't work. Okay? At the diploma level, what has been done in the curriculum review was to emphasize teaching methodology and practical training adapted from the clinical rotation practice of medical schools. In medical school, after the first 2 years or so of theory, students go on what are called clinical rotations. You go actually in a hospital with your lecturers and interact with patients under the observation of your lecturers and the medical doctors. We can adopt the same methodologies in our schools. You can start introducing teaching to your students in the class. They simulate teaching. That's what I think they call micro-teaching. And after that, go and teach in the neighboring schools under observation of your tutors. The tutors are observing you, the lecturers are observing you. You come back to class, you get a feedback and go on. So it's no longer a 6-week at the end of the academic year exercise. It's an ongoing clinical rotation type of practice. This is going to develop, it's going to be, I think it's going to be more effective in developing those practical classroom methods that we need. Next. Next, please. So I think similar approaches will have to be adopted in higher education institutions in order to produce teachers who are competent in the classroom. But apart from teacher education programs, changes that at the lower level will also impact higher education. First, institutions will have to harmonize content and teaching approaches using the lower levels of education. There is, for example, at the Form 5 and Form 6 level, a new course which is compulsory, which is called academic communication. Most likely, what is covered in most of our communication skills courses in the universities is already covered there. So you shall have to harmonize content. But you shall also have to harmonize teaching approaches. Haiwezekani huko sekondari mwanafunzi amefundishwa kwa kutumia tehama katika masomo yote, afu ukija chuoni matumizi yake ya tehama inakuwa ni PowerPoint projection. That's not what it means. It means manipulating data, making simulations, making it out of it using IT. Next. But also we have talked about this, developing of these practical skills and for 21st century skills. This means programs will have to be redesigned to emphasize acquisition of knowledge, skills, and attitudes that promote employability and or self-employment. Let's again remember, wahitimu wote wawe na ujuzi wa kuweza kuajiriwa au kujiajiri. It cannot be business as usual. In addition, we shall have to ask ourselves, do we need all the programs that we currently have? Can we start any new program simply because we've got the teachers? Or should programs be aligned more closely with the needs of the labor market and economic opportunities available in the country? Otherwise, we shall get an education echoing Professor Bisanda's glory, which you cannot transform into work or economic benefit. Next. Next, please. One more thing we have to think about. We all know international demographic trends. We know that the birth rates in the developed north are very low. The projections are in the next 20 to 30 years, Africa will have the bulk of the global workforce who are in their age group between 20 and 40 years. So Africa is expected to participate more in the global labor market, in the skilled global labor market. As higher learning institutions, we should prepare for this eventuality by introducing strategic programs that will produce graduates for the global market. Already there are countries advertising for skilled people in agriculture, in construction, in pharmaceuticals. The Regional Commissioner said it, our economies are not growing at a sufficiently fast pace to absorb all the young managerial classes that graduate from our higher education institutions. We shall have to retool those people so that they graduate with the skills that can be used direct in this country, and those that cannot use in this country, that we can export, participate in the global labor market. When India started what are called the IITs, or India Institute of Technologies, in the late 1940s, I forget, 1950s, and the branch has been recently opened in Zanzibar, Madras IIT. They produced very high caliber graduates, most of whom were exported to Europe and the US. It's easy to think that that's a brain drain and a loss to the nation. But these Indians, when they went there, they actually participated in the higher level global markets there. They worked in research institutions, they worked in production institutions, and we exported back the technology and knowledge to India. So part of the stimulus of India being a superpower these days in terms of technology is their diaspora who were educated in India, went out to the developed countries, and some of them came back. Even those who did not come back, they are not a loss, they are remittances. The number of CEOs in multinational organizations who are Indians is staggering. Now, of course, we also now know that the CEO of Britain is also an Indian. Can we go far? Next. And before I finish off, because of the rapid changes in technology, in global labor demands, one of the central pillars of the new education policy is lifelong learning. Now, lifelong learning means that we shall have to continuously retool our people, whether they have graduated or not. For example, we have changed the curriculum. Okay? We have a lot of teachers in the school system. We're not going to throw them out. We shall have to retool them through lifelong learning processes. So a niche, for example, for an institution like the Open University of Tanzania, is how can we design short modules which will retool the present workforce to changing realities, whether they are teachers, whether they are engineers, whether they are lawyers, or so forth. If I trained as a lawyer, and I cannot gain employment as a lawyer anymore, but there are opportunities as a salesperson, can the Open University design a module, or any other higher education for that matter, that will make me transform, relabel myself as a salesperson, even if I'm a salesperson of legal things. So these changes will obviously produce challenges. But I also see a lot of opportunities that higher education institutions can exploit gain. It's a long journey, it's a tough journey, but it will eventually pay us as a nation. Next. Next. I think that's the end. Honorable guest of honor, asanteni sana.
So that was Professor Maboko giving the
thank you very
key
much,
note address, of which, as I have told you before, this time around the theme is the implications of the newly revised Education and Training Policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. I hope most of the viewers paid a close attention, and I do hope that most of you have benefited from the keynote address.
May I call upon the audience, please? Can we just stand and stretch a bit? We have been seated for a long time.
Now the president of the convocation, Professor Modest Farisanga, is briefly asking the audience to have a brief respite, and
we proceed.
afterwards we'll have the discussion now.
3 times for the good presentation made by Prof. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
So next,
I now call upon Professor Bisanda.
Next will be the Vice Chancellor, Professor Desanda, who is the first discussant, and later on we'll have Professor Ngaruko as the other discussant of this well-presented keynote address by Professor Makenya Maboko.
Today's presentation, we have actually requested Professor
So let's be attentive and listen.
To be a discussion. Checks what he knows about education, and he wants also to get experience from him. Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Wana, RC Uma, Chairman of the Council, Member of the Council, and Senate, esteemed academicians. Good morning again. Good afternoon. Good morning. I'm going to be reflecting on the presentation that has been made by my colleague, Professor Maboko. As I said earlier, Maboko is basically my age mate, and more or less we think almost the same. We are a generation that is moving out, and we are actually in another generation. I want to say one of the sayings that I wrote from Nyerere. Nyerere said education is not a way to escape poverty. It is a way of fighting it. When I was first year, one of my professors, no, I was in second year, one of the professors of engineering asked us if your objective is to become rich, then you have been lost. If you want to be rich, you better open a shop. And I kept reflecting on those words from my this one was saying that education is a way, is not a way of extracting poverty, but a way of fighting it. And I want to say again that I do read from me, because I'm not left-handed. You read from me when I want you to know. Tanzania has a vision of education, and that is to have in place a Tanzanian who is educated and possesses knowledge, skills, competence, ability, and a positive attitude so as to contribute to national development. You see, we have a lot of educated people who are corrupt. Their attitude is negative. There's a guy who wrote a book which we have to translate into Swahili, A Passion for Success. This is a Japanese guy who said that success is a factor of effort and attitude. Success is effort times attitude. Now, attitude can also be negative. And when attitude is negative, then you see the people who are criminals who go and break banks and kill people to get their property. They have a negative attitude. Now the next one. The mission to improve the quality of education and training. And this is what the government is trying to do. With the changes that have been ushered in, it's just trying to achieve the vision by improving the quality of education, putting in place system and procedures that will enable Tanzanians who are educated and the right to advance themselves so as to contribute to the achievement of national goals. Let's skip through these slides. Go to challenges. Next one. Yeah. Now, our education, as the previous speaker said, faces a number of challenges. And this is why people are complaining. Poor performance of students, particularly in mathematics and science subjects. Low morale of teachers at all levels, even at the level of the university. Low morale. And employability of graduates who have insufficient skills is a big problem. Students also who focus on certificates rather than skills. This causes cheating. People are cheating so that they can pass and get certificate for knowledge which they don't have. And the same happens because the government also hires people depending on certificates. And the government has to change. If the government still emphasizes on certificates rather than skills and knowledge, then people will go to cheat and learning will become just like people are acting. They're just pretending to learn, but they don't have to learn. But another serious problem is very low tertiary enrollment rate at 4% compared to sub-Saharan average. This is the number of people who go to university from primary school. We see very low Tanzania compared to most other countries in the reality. But also, most of the progression depends on public school education. This puts a lot of strain on the government. And people think that because the government has educated them, she must give them jobs. Why did you educate us if you are not giving us jobs? That's the attitude in the society, and I think people who pay for their education, most of them, they realize that they have to fight to get jobs because the government will never hire them. And qualified teachers for the 21st century. The 21st century is the century of the fourth industrial revolution. And the teachers that are teaching are teachers of the 19th century. Chalk and chalk. And the lady asked me, why do you think that people are afraid to go to math? I said, because they are no math teachers. Simple. Because this who got CND, they are the ones who now are going to be the teachers. So now if you have a C and a D, how can you make your student pass the A? It's impossible. And at university, we pick the best to become teachers, to become student assistants. Why at the level, the same is going to be practice? You have to think about it. Next one. I skip a few slides. Yeah, that's statistics. I'm not interested now. You know, to speak a critically address this, that we have to formalize and integrate the education into our system. We have 6 years of primary school instead of 7, and then college education goes up to 4. We hope to introduce skills, training, and promotion at both primary and secondary level. But he did mention this, that a diploma will be the minimum qualification for primary school teachers. A diploma will be the minimum. The certificate is the abandonment. And this is important for us because we started offering diploma more than 13 years ago. We were offering diploma in primary school. So often investors are thinking ahead of the policy. Now the next slide. This shows the two arms. We are not going to be able to read because the writings are very small. But so the knowledge level, knowledge arm, and the skills arm. The knowledge arm we are already familiar with. You know which subjects are being taught right now. But the skill level, I would say that we need to think harder on that one, because not only those that are regular, that are known, but there are skills that we have lost. There are indigenous skills like pottery. We have lost pottery. Okay? We have lost things like forging, uhunzi. Our forefathers were making tools. Now we are importing jembes from Europe and China. There are also skills that we can talk about that are much more modern. But we don't know how about sports, which you mentioned, sports. What about horticulture, which is a life? You go along the valleys of our rivers, there are many people producing agricultural products from horticulture, farming. Most of them are graduates, some of them are graduates from even computer science, engineering. They decided to go to farm, that's what I think they do. The new focus, next slide, the new focus of our education. I used this slogan many years back, that we prefer to train job creators rather than job seekers. And if you are training job creators, then you must introduce skills training at all levels. You must recognize talent and encourage their development. I feel guilty of this one. I feel very guilty of this one. Because my son, my youngest son, proved to be a very good artist. And he made a drawing when he was in grade 6, which he won an award, an award from Toyota. But we told him, guy, you must pass maths, and you must do science. And he has to go to A level, after O level, and he did the PCM. Because we parents didn't think that there was anything. Yeah. But I tell you, if this guy displayed his drawings there in the university, he will make a lot of money. Because it grows. If you pose, it grows as you are. So, but we know, we parents will think that life is in physics and chemistry and mathematics. Next one, I don't want to talk about teachers, but I want to talk about the role of open distance learning. Next slide, please. Next slide. The role of our university, particularly teacher education. As I said, we already learn that ODL allows teachers to learn while they are working. So when we are saying that all certificate holders must have diplomas, it actually means they have to come to the university where they can learn while they are working. And you see, the government has supplied tablets to most teachers in primary and secondary schools, and therefore for us, that's the only tool they need to be able to join our learning platforms that are managed by e-learning. But also, we provide affordable, first of all, we provide unique flexibility to the learner, such as fixed affordable fees, flexible admission cycles. We offer on-demand examinations and on-demand graduation. So we don't pay the teacher of this study, we go away with this certificate and get promoted. You can skip the next slide. No, keep it there. I'm going to go on the third bullet. Since 2020, the Open University has established a postgraduate diploma in technical and vocational education. This is a degree, a postgraduate certificate or diploma, postgraduate diploma that converts engineers, architects, surveyors into teachers. Just add to them 1 year of diploma and they become teachers. I don't know whether there are, among our graduates, anybody who have done this program. Is there anybody with a PGDT rate? I'm not sure. Yeah, last year we had 3 guys. And this is what I'm saying. We are concentrating only on those who are not yet in school. What do we do about those many thousands of students who graduated already, they have no job, they are long in the city? What do we do there? The policy is already there, but the implementers of policy are the universities, the schools, and whatever. What are we doing now with the masses that are roaming the street? I say, in South Korea, I say it again, in South Korea, no graduate gets a job without going through a vocational training school. If you just graduate, you are an engineer, nobody hires you. They just ask you, what skills you have? So if you are an engineer, you go back to school, you learn welding. Vocational school, you say, I'm a welder. Then you get a job. Say, I'm a carpenter, you get a job. I'm a painter, I'm a plumber, you get a job, but you don't get a job because of your PhD in engineering. And that's where we have to take our country. People must respect, recognize vocational skills to escape this public environment training. And at the LEAD project, we are hoping to construct 7 labs that will train science teachers, but I think we must rethink about adding vocational skills in our lab, because otherwise we're not going to fit into the current dimension. Can we skip to I want to talk about the role of technology. Next slide. Yes. The role of technology, ICT, as I said, is the main driver of the current our current online learning. But also, we have to recognize the high internet cost, which is hindering us to reach most of the students. But I believe this is a short-term problem. Very soon we shall be able to have a fast internet, particularly when the 5G gets around everywhere. And we have 72 examination centers, and just because of technology, we are able to move on. I want to thank you again. The last slide, I want to conclude that our Open University is ready to implement the education policy, the new curriculum, through our teacher education program and science and laboratory program through the LEAD project. But also, we acknowledge improvements in the internet bandwidth that are expected with the rollout of 5G in most mobile networks, which will enhance our efficiency here in Songea, I don't know we have 5G, but I know the internet is a bit slow. But once you have 5G here, then our learners will be happier and they'll be happy. I want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to reflect on the keynote address of the community.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Bisanda. Can we just put our hands 3 times? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
So that was a response from Professor Bisanda, who was the first discussant of the keynote address. I would remind you again that this year's keynote address, as presented by Professor Makenya Maboko, is the implications of the newly revised Education and Training Policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. So Professor Bisanda came forward to discuss about what was presented by Professor Maboko, and next is Professor Deus Ngaruko. He is going to be the second discussant to discuss the keynote address by Professor Maboko.
Asanteni, tukae. I think we can proceed for the interest of time. Professor Maboko, please.
Thank you, moderator. Speaking after the giants have already spoken is very, very hard. I really thank the keynote speaker for brief elaboration of the new, it's not a new policy. It's the addition of the existing policy of 2014. I'm one of the privileged persons that I participated in crafting the 2014 policy, and the revisions that have also been proposed, I participated to some extent. When I compare the two, I find statistically they are the same. Because you know, statistics, no, it's more or less the same. The revised version is more elaborate, and it is intending the same version of 2014. What I liked about the addition is the implementation strategy. Probably will smoothen the implementation. I found that the same reasons that made the 2014 policy not implementable to date are still existing. The 2014 policy assumed that for the policy to be implementable, there must be changes in about 18 laws and regulations in Tanzania. 18. And some about 4 or 5 circulars. If not, then implementation will be impossible. I see these rules and regulations and laws are still existing. So, though it is very, very nice, but I feel that it may not be implementable if those conditions are not met. And I also note that a child will not be allowed to work until after 15 years. And this is very, very dangerous. And since it is going to be compulsory that no completion until you finish Form 4, until you are 15, I'm worried that we might be creating a lazy community. of people who have education but no knowledge. Those are my personal views. Now, this is about the role of universities. Just like the first version, this version has put even more emphasis on the relevance of universities in ensuring that this policy is implementable. I say that because if we go through the policy and the presentation of the keynote speaker, the burden that is going to universities to implement a policy is very huge. However, in my own view, I thought that universities will face serious challenges when implementing this policy. Number one is probably the role of universities is to think and conceptualize concepts and come out with models and come out with academic outputs. Now, there are many concepts in the policy which are used somehow wrongly when you consider Tanzanian context. For example, job. Is job the same as kazi in Kiswahili? I doubt. Agriculture, is it the same as kilimo? I doubt. When we talk about geography, is this utalii? No. There are issues related to uvuvi. Is this biology? No. So as universities, we need really to think how to implement this policy with misuse of those concepts or the way they have been misconceived. So I thought that maybe if we are to produce a qualified Tanzanian, we need to produce someone who can be having a profession. So the policy ought to have focused more on professions and see what it takes to have that profession. For example, if someone wants to be to work in mining sector or do business in mining, what does this person need? If one wants to be a farmer, I'm not saying someone in agriculture, because agriculture is a different thing. If one wants to be a farmer, what does he or she need? And then we could proceed from there to come out with the curriculum. So as universities, we need to know that we need to generate knowledge, new knowledge. And new knowledge can be obtained through three main sources. You can use the experience of others, which this policy has used a lot. They have said they have benchmarked. Or you can use experts. Like now we have Professor Maboko here and Professor Semboja. They are experts. They have lived. They know. That's the second source. But the third, which is very, very important, and is being done by mainly universities, is research. You can gain new knowledge. But I've been in a university. I'm not sure if the country uses universities to do research and come out with the new thinking. So probably the government can invest a lot in universities to come out with new knowledge. My problem is not about education, quality education. We still have quality education. But to me, education is just it's just creating literacy. I don't know how I can call it in Kiswahili, literacy. We normally say kuondoa ujinga. But the other one is called what? Mwelefu or something. If you are literate in Kiswahili, how do we call you? You might not get the direct word. We normally focus on negatives, like kuondoa ujinga. Literacy. Literacy is synonymous to education, in my view. So literacy is knowing about geography, history, basic subjects, the sciences, the technology, the ICT, everything. You have to know them. That's literacy. In Tanzania, we don't have problem with that. Tanzanian education system, even now, produces people who are literate. But what we lack is knowledge. Knowledge that is given natively, because everyone is born with knowledge. But this policy is focusing on knowledge that is acquired because we have benchmarked with others. When I was a little kid, my mom would make a small handhold of my size. When I was 2, 5, 6, the length of the handle would increase following my age. And I was working, and we were earning together. She earns 5 shillings, I earn 2 shillings. But now, after going through the education system has taken away the natural knowledge that I had. So our education system, or the education that we are intending to impart, especially under these new reviews, may, if not taken with care, impede the natural knowledge. And to me, knowledge is just the ability to manage the environment that surrounds you, to be a normal human being. You don't have to have education to be knowledgeable. Formal education in this case. So we should ask as universities, do we need to be knowledgeable to be educated? Or are we supposed to be educated to be knowledgeable? Those questions need to be answered before we say this policy is implementable. Lastly, I find that this policy to be implemented, universities need to profile the kind of knowledge that we need. The Chinese have not abandoned their natural knowledge or indigenous knowledge. They have just blended what they had with it. But our education system kind of turns against what we ought to. If I was born in a piece of land where I was growing maize and lived, why can't you come and improve what I was doing before? In this case, we have put so much energy to lecturers and teachers. As if these are angels from somewhere, they have knowledge to transfer through education system. So that is also another problem, that if we don't start from those who qualify others, it may be a problem. And my worry is, are universities having qualified change agents that we need to implement this policy? How much does it take to convert a university professor in physics to be an entrepreneur in energy, in solar energy? That may be very difficult. Lastly, we need national qualification framework. The basic education, the technical education, higher education are fragmented. They have different policies, and each one is working on its own. So we need the university qualification, national qualification framework. So that if you have a professor is teaching in nursery school, does not feel like is second class. A professor should be a professor from nursery school to university. But we are seeing people who are earning higher level, higher education, because they want to run away from lower level to higher level. Are those policies already changed? Can you maintain a professor at quality as that one in the university? So to me, those are some of the challenges that universities have to think about. And we should not worry that it may not be implemented. As a development economist, anything that is decided...
Our dear YouTube viewers, so you're listening to Professor Deus Ngaruko, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics. He's also the second discussant for the keynote address, which has been presented by Professor Maboko, so he's the second and the last discussant. of the keynote address, which is the implications of the newly revised education and training policy of 2023 and the future of higher education institutions given in Tanzania.
Okay, thank you very much.
So,
now, I welcome the audience.
We are almost midway of our event here. As we've seen before, we've had speeches from the district commissioner, we've had speeches from the regional commissioner, we've also had the keynote address from our keynote speaker, and now we are getting opinions and views from the audience and the general public.
Is it because I am putting it too fast? Let me thank Professor Maboko for his lucid and eloquent presentation, Professor Bisanda and Professor Ngaruku. My name is Msele. I am a member of Senate of Open University, but I am an instructor in the University of Dodoma teaching ICT. While listening to the debate, I really thank the three professors, and in a way when I attend, can I speak in Kiswahili? Nikihudhuria mahali popote kongamano, baada ya ile bahasha huwa najiuliza hivi nini kingine kimebadilika katika maisha yangu, nisije kwenda nikikosa nini. Sasa hili kongamano ni moja ambalo najua lisijokuja kuna jambo kubwa sana ningekosa. Na maprofesa niseme, ninapoangalia mlichokisema na hapa kwenye item H ya hiki kitabu, Cultivating and Sustaining Lifelong Learning through ODM. Profesa au kama mwalimu, am I part of this culture ya lifelong learning? Niseme ukweli, baada ya kuwasikiliza maprofesa hapa na baada ya kusoma hapa, mimi si practice lifelong learning, na ni mwalimu wa chuo kikuu. Lakini Profesa Bisanda ulisema umesoma kwa kukuta kazi sio kusoma, bali kazi ni kugeuza kile ulichosoma kuwa kazi. And that shows that we still have a mentality that learning is a means to job and living better. But now after listening to you again, here watatu, nakuta kusoma sio kwa ajili tu ya kuishi maisha mazuri, bali ili uweze kusema umeishi maisha mazuri kweli, ni lazima uendelee kuwa unasoma badala ya kuwa unasikiliza mpira na kadhalika. Sasa ni muombe Profesa Maboko au Profesa Bisanda au mwingine, uliposema tumebadilisha mitaala, sikuona mahali ambapo attitude ya lifelong learning ingefundishwa kama tehama, ingefundishwa kama historia. Profesa Bisanda akagusa kwamba Korea wanakuambia uende VETA. Nadhani ndio trick yao ya lifelong learning. Asante.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Msele from Ludo. Next. Let's get at least 3 or 4. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. And discussant, sorry, my name is Engineer Mzabatiti, the PhD. Ruvuma, Songea, Mahindi, and all this kind of thing is a specialized skill in production. Tourism zone in North, I'm not hearing anything addressing that as regional demand. Mining zones. What for example, is going to be high in the our position in Tanzania, in Africa, is very strategic. I'm not seeing the curriculum addressing it. So I think, I'm looking, sorry for my terminology, engineers have got no good terminologies, but I think it's a mediocre in the sense. It's very wide, but I find it very shallow.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Marvelist James. I'm a medical doctor by profession, and I'm a public health specialist. Today here I came as an MPM candidate. When I was listening to the professors, when they were talking about the change which we expect as the community, I joined. This policy is going to be operational next year, January. Are we prepared?
concern when we started this, the so-called Shule za Kata. You remember, when these Kata schools started, people were complaining. Hakuna nyumba za walimu, no toilets, no facilities. Kwa hiyo, we should have waited until we have everything to start Shule za Kata. But, you know, you better start and improve along the way. Because if we wait, we may be waiting for another 10 years, and yet we may not be ready.
So what you're hearing right now is the discussion from the members of the audience. It's a discussion which emanates from the keynote address which was given by Professor Makenya Maboko. His keynote address was pegged on the theme that the implications of the newly revised education and training policy 2023 and the future of higher education institutions in Tanzania. So the first discussant was the Vice Chancellor, Professor Bisanda. The other discussant was Professor Deus Garoko. Then, as you have been hearing, we've had contributions from the members of public, and the president of the convocation, Professor Veresanga, has been responding. And now we have Dr. Chacha also giving his contribution on the keynote address.
In that policy. Are we still going in the policy of Hindi or are we still going in English? Because that also matters. That's number one. That means you will be innovative and creative on your language you know better, the one you can dream and think. That's number one. Secondly, Dr. there has said about the preparation. Yes, the government has supplied the Vishikwambis to all teachers, but Prof, let me tell you, those Vishikwambis or iPads are used for chatting and talking. They have nothing to do with education, because the teachers, they have nothing to do with learning. They have no clue, they don't know. Have we prepared those teachers in using those ICT in teaching? The answer definitely is no. Secondly, how about the other infrastructures, the books, the text? It is starting in January, but the teachers, if you ask them, they have nothing in hand to teach. They don't have books. Even the curriculum itself, the scheme of work is not there. So, are we going to do trial and error on education? I decided with Professor Veresanga that let us start slow. Are we going to practice on the education system for this country? No. Is there any pilot study done for proving that? No. The policy is okay, but the implementation, I think it should be put well, the infrastructures, prepare the teachers and everybody. Now for the role of the universities, I think we are receiving aid for those who are prepared down there. My suggestion, my suggestion is the waiting time will depend on the preparation of the teachers. That are they ready to teach those issues? Are there books, the textbooks? Which books are they going to use? The same books or they are going to create their own? That's my concern. Okay? In Africa, we say no hurry in Africa. So, let us make sure that we have everything in place before we start. Why are we rushing? What did they push? I concur with Professor Garubu that our education system is saying is slow. No. I teach students from Ethiopia, from Nigeria, from Ghana, Kenya, Namibia, everywhere. And what I see, we are far away than even them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Take the vice there.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Mpepo. I would like to contribute, maybe ask and sometimes challenge the floor on the following issues. The first one is, I would like to know what is the contribution or the role of academicians in terms of how they can use their skills to the public, sometimes even advising the government on how best they can work on the issues that are challenging. Also, on the other side, the ability of the government to accept those suggested areas. Also, I'd like to talk on the issue of interest, maybe in Kiswahili maslahi. Why people are transferring from one institution, let's say one government institution to the other. Anakimbia mshahara mdogo anaenda kule. Why so? Therefore, how are we going to make sure that institution to the other, making sure that everywhere he or she is getting what he or she is expecting? For instance, people who have graduated.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Is that really related to what was presented today?
Yes, it is also connected. It is connected. Yes.
Curriculum.
Yes.
We are referring to the curriculum.
Okay.
Not the movement of an individual from Open University to the Bank of Tanzania. That's not a curriculum.
Okay, that's the thing.
Let's stick to the issues.
Hello, mimi naitwa Dr. Msafiri Njoroge, ni mhadhiri lakini mkurugenzi chuo kikuu cha tawi la Mtwara, chuo kikuu Huria. Mimi nafikiri nichangie kwa Kiswahili. Naamini wengi tunajua Kiswahili, lakini ninaamini jambo unapolianza vibaya unamaliza nalo vibaya. Nipongeze professors kwa michango mizuri kwenye badiliko hili la sera ya elimu. Nachangia kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu tunazungumzia kutoka kwenye knowledge na kujikita zaidi kwenye ujuzi, kwa maana skills. Nazungumzia watu wa kawaida kama ujuzi wa kilimo, mafundi, mafundi ujenzi, kwa maana fundi washi, labda watengeneza matofali. Hawa watu tunawafundisha kwa lugha gani? Hawa watu tunaoyaongea haya wataelewa kwa lugha gani? Akisoma akamaliza architecture engineer, akaenda pale akaanza kuelekeza namna ya kuinua jengo, hawa casual labor wa kawaida watajifunza vipi?
You are listening to the contribution from a member of the floor who is also responding to the discussion of the keynote address, and his main concern is on the use of the English language as a medium of instruction for university students. That most of these students are Tanzanians, they are Africans, and their lingua franca, or their main language or their main model of communication is African languages, particularly Kiswahili. So he's actually questioning and asking that how are these graduates going to implement these skills, or how are these graduates going to convey these instructions with regards to their professions or their technical skills when it comes to people like carpenters, the masons, okay, the farmers, the fishers. That is what he's trying to address.
Dr. Njoroge, I don't know, maybe it's me who is confused. Umezungumza kuhusu language. Sasa unazungumza maslahi. Can you just
nisikilize professor?
Sasa kama sikuelewi mimi mwenyekiti, kama na wenzangu watakuelewa. Nikikuelewa mimi ndo naweza nikawaelesha na wengine kama watakuwa na shida kama ndio nao mimi. Kwa hiyo naona tuwe focused. Ulianza vizuri sana kwamba hiyo wataenda kufundishana nayo hizo skills, watafundishana kwa lugha gani? That issue I got it very clear. Na nilikuwa nikupe jibu rahisi tu.
Utanipa jibu rahisi mwenyekiti kwa sababu sijamaliza.
Nilikuwa nikupe jibu rahisi kwa hiyo issue ya language. Kwenye skills language haiplay role kubwa sana. Nitakupa mfano, mimi nenda na mke wangu Japan kusoma. Sasa yeye anatakiwa afanye kazi za part time. Tukapata kazi ya kufagia ndege. Akasema lakini hajui Kijapani. Jamaa akasema no, Kufagia ndege unahitaji kuongea Kijapani. Ni sawa na kupiga tofali. Unahitaji kuongea Kifaransa au Kirusi au nini? Kupiga tofali ni kupiga tofali. Sasa hiyo language sio inaingiaje? Ndio issue yao kubwa hiyo. Wataalamu hapa wamezungumza kuhusu skills. Kwa skills unaweza kukapewa kwa njia yoyote hata kwa native language.
So the president of the convocation, Professor Modest Verisanga, is actually responding to the discussant that he actually says that you do not need any language skill like for these manual labors. Maybe let's say, for example, you're a mason. Like, you don't need to understand that type of language because, you know, being a mason just involves, you know, like mixing the sand with cement or lifting the blocks and stuff like that. Or maybe people like farmers or carpenters. Like, language is not that important. That the most important thing is the skills. Once you have acquired the skills, Professor Verisanga argues that you can just work, and most of these manual works or these labors, they don't require this knowledge of president of the convocation. Give an example that when he went to Japan with his wife, when he was studying, he was in Japan with his wife, and while he was studying, his wife was doing part-time jobs. So she actually got a job to clean, and she was worried that her lack of knowledge of Japanese would jeopardize her chances of getting the work, but they told her that you don't need to know Japanese in order to clean. So that was the response of Professor Verisanga. And now is Professor Joseph Kuzilwa, who is the chairman of the council. He's also trying to respond to what has been discussed by the discussants and members of the floor.
Kisera na pamoja na mitaala. Nipenda vile vile kuwapongeza sana, kumpongeza mwasilishaji keynote speaker.
Professor Kuzilwa is actually congratulating the presenter of the keynote address, Professor Makenya Maboko. He's also commending Professor Bisanda as well as Professor Ngaruko for their discussions and contributions on the keynote address. His contribution is that the first is that every new thing brings nervousness. Basically, many people are worried to try new things. But he's actually saying that despite of this worry, most of these things which have been spoken here are not so new. Most of these things are possible, and most of these things are doable.
Training katika profession mbalimbali ambazo zinaendelea, madaktari kwa mfano, labda maengineer na nini, ambazo ni good practices zinabidi sasa ziwe assimilated.
He's speaking of doctors and engineers, trying to say that these good practices should also be assimilated into other professions. And he's urging the public that we should discuss, and we should continue to discuss about all these issues and challenges that we're facing. But he's optimistic that our government, through the Ministry of Education, we have to organize ourselves into making sure that this new policy succeeds.
Ambao wameongelea hao kupata training of trainers, and hiyo ni sasa hivi na bahati nzuri kama
he's also speaking of the short-term plan of training traders
lakini juu sasa ya
wadau wengine
vyuo vingine kuona sisi tuna fursa hii inatokea wapi na kuweza kuona tunafanya nini kwa muda mfupi. Lakini sasa kuna swala la muda wa kati na muda mrefu. Muda mrefu sisi tulikuwa tunahusika sana.
So he's now speaking of the midterm plans and the long-term plans.
Tunawapokeaje, tunawisha mitaala yetu vipi na ufundishaji wetu ili uendane na haya.
So he's urging fellow academics to be concerned with how these instructions are being conveyed to the students. How are we training them? What are we preparing them for? We should make sure that they're getting enough practical knowledge, attach them into for practical knowledge into different places. He remembers that during their times when they were studying that people like teachers, they were not sent for internship actually, but they were sent for actual teaching to practice what they have learned in class. And my last contribution, so that I give chance to other people, is that I am happy that two main things were addressed. Experts say that in implementation, knowledge and skills contribute to only 20% of the implementation. 80% is contributed by other people, things like behavior, attitude, and other things. Now my main issue is on the learning. Okay. He's also saying that even them as seniors, they're also being taught of these methods of implementation and presentation, things like the iceberg model. But it's important that these things are being taught from the grassroots.
Maslahi hatoshi. Sijui nani. Watu wanafanya kazi, wanapanga hayo na tunafanya kazi kwa kuzingatia uzalendo.
So that's Professor's concern that it's important we take consideration of these things so that at the end of the day people don't complain of low wages and all that. So that was my contribution. Thank you.
Mzigo wa majibu ambayo wanatakiwa kutoa speakers wetu. Nadhani kuna bado twende pale.
So more contributions and discussions are still coming, especially from the members of the floor.
Emilian Njogopa, mwanafunzi wa masters kutoka kituo cha Tunduru.
Here's another discussion.
Mimi ningeomba
who is a master student from Tunduru.
Kwa hoja hii ambayo tunaizungumzia hapa.
He's actually requesting
tungeichukua kama chuo na kama fursa. Tusichukue kama kikwazo. Kwa hoja moja tu kubwa. Pale kuna kigezo cha walimu lazima wafike diploma ili kutekeleza mpango huu wa sera hii. Kwa hiyo sisi kama chuo na viongozi mpo hapa, tunachokijua hao walioajiriwa na serikali hawawezi wote kupewa ruhusa wakasome kwenye vyuo vingine. Kwa hiyo chuo kichukue nafasi yake, kijiandae kupokea wanafunzi wengi na itumie kipindi hicho kama fursa ya kupata wanafunzi wengi. Kwa hiyo mtazamo wangu hii naiona kama fursa kwa chuo.
Charge that they should be ready to receive a lot of these students.
Yes, there was a hand there.
With the need of equipping themselves with more knowledge.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Bruno Daniel. I'm the Director of HR and Administration from Precision Air. But I was also a student here, and 2015 I graduated my master's in HR here. But I'm expected to graduate tomorrow. I'm just taking the orders to venture into the video. So I'm interested, first of all, to congratulate the whole team, the panelists, but the entire committee for the outstanding job that they've done. Speaking from employer's angle, I can really see the light at the end of the tunnel. I can see the way it has addressed a lot of issues. And us standing or viewing job seekers as employers or representatives of employers, we were really going difficult. So I just wanted, I know it was a highlight, but I just wanted to get clarity or confirmation on issues, if I'm to echo what Professor Kuziro said, on issues of internship, issues of externships, issues of apprenticeship, issues of like career counseling, issues of where they are considered, and whether the employers who are now the end users of whatever that has been done, or the whatever quick fix that has been designed, were they thoroughly consulted, and what were their issues, because they've seen the challenges when we were working with Professor Bisanda, the challenges of our education system, but I didn't saw where were the challenges, let's say like employers, those who will now be taking the products from the universities. So I know the government has been implementing the Higher Education for Economic Transformation Program, which again is a very commendable move towards enhancing employability. But I'm also interested to know whether the university is always considering having like employability and career like professionals, let's say like the level of deans, people who will now be inculcating or imparting the employability skills to our people. What Professor Bisanda said, the 21st century skills. These are, to the large extent, the ones which are missing. They find a full qualified professional before the interview table, but how to sell themselves, how to, I like the way our DC was like a business-minded person who tried to sell the district in a very short period of time that is, somehow moved us, all of us. So my concern is on the confirmation and to know the position of employers and the role of like public lectures. Those who are already in the system, already technocrats like us, how can we now be involved, how can we now be invited to speak to students who are concentrating on academics, but they don't know on the role of what the market is requiring. So thanks so much.
There was one hand there last second.
Kwa jina naitwa Yasin Rahe, mwanafunzi wa kituo hiki cha Ruvuma. Moja ni shukuru.
So this is a student called Yasini who is a student from this Ruvuma Songea Center.
Hao walimu wa shule za msingi sasa kwa kuwa lengo ni kufikia wana level diploma.
His argument is that the Open University should advertise a lot on this need of attainment of this diploma requirement for the teachers to be able to teach. That this is an opportunity for the university, so it should try hard to advertise it.
Lakini zaidi hapo watu wataendelea kusoma mpaka wanamaliza form 4. Lakini hawa watakaoenda kusoma maana lazima wapate skills. Kwa maana wanapomaliza wao tayari wana ufundi ili waweze kuajiriwa na hata kujiajiri wao. Hofu yangu kwa kuwa walimu wa shule za msingi wenyewe nao wanatakiwa wanafunzi, kwa maana kwamba lazima wachukue diploma. Sasa wao watakuwa busy kusoma na wakati huo nao wanatakiwa tena waende kuwafundisha wanafunzi. Mimi nafikiri serikali bado ni wenzetu maprofesa na nafasi ya kuwashauri. Kuna haja kusogeza mbele muda ili walimu hawa wapate sifa, kupata diploma ndani ya miaka miwili na mambo mengine yaendelee.
So he's actually saying that the government to give more time. These people are able. so as to be able to teach. Because most of these teachers did not have this requirement. So the discussant is urging that more time should be given, because most of these teachers teaching primary schools do not have those requirements. Urging they might get these certificates after finishing their O levels, these certificates of carpentry, these certificates of masonry, which they might not to scale the ground to do the job, these jobs of construction and so forth. Thank you. So the discussant is actually that, first of all, she's an owner of a school in Kisarawe, and that she's saying that instructions have already been given that by 2024, these things should be ready and should have started. And now she's reading a letter which was actually given to the owners of secondary schools. It's a guideline from the Ministry of Education.
Zinazotarajia kushiriki katika kutoa mafunzo ya amali kwa mwaka wa masomo 2024. Inasema hivi: Wizara inapenda kukupongeza kwa kuonyesha nia ya kuanzisha mkoa.
The ministry would like to congratulate you for having the need of starting that type of curricula, and for the year 2024 the ministry will start implementing that technical curricula for both government and non-government schools. And the government will actually start with 28 institutions. So the ministry asks you, the ministry asks, by taking into consideration of the facilities and the requirements, teaching and learning facilities and the human resources and all the important things which are needed in the technical lacking. These owners are needed to present in the ministry the type of technical or technique that they need to start teaching.
Ambao kisheria ndio wasimamizi wa ubora wa mafunzo ya ufundi na ufundi stadi. Watatuma timu ya wataalamu kwa ajili ya kujiridhisha na maandalizi na utayari wa.
So the ministry will send representatives to the particular institutions, meaning to the schools, to inspect whether the students are ready to start conducting. She's saying that her school in Kisarawe, a rural area, she has a huge land of about 80 acres, and her concern was on sports and on poultry and farming and things like that. So her main concern is that time is not enough, because instructions have come that by 2024, all the owners of these schools, all the owners who aspire to enroll or engage in these curricula which involves technical studies should be ready. So she's saying that the time is not ready. The owners should be given more time, otherwise they will miss the boat.
Yeah, mimi nadhani tunaichukulia very positive. Kama alivyosema mjumbe pale kwamba hata wizara yenyewe inasema tunaanza gradually, tunaanza na baadhi ya mass, not everything on board. Kwa hiyo kuna vitu ambavyo tutaanza navyo. Alafu kuna mjumbe pale anasema wako university tumie hii nafasi kama opportunity na ungana naye kwa asilimia zote, kwa sababu hakuna mahali pazuri pa kumfundishia mwalimu kama Open University. Mwalimu wa Open University anasoma kitu leo darasani, lakini kesho akiingia darasani kufundisha anaangalia knowledge aliyofundishwa jana. Akisoma kwenye convention utasubiri miaka miwili ya program yake kama ni diploma au miaka mitatu kama ni degree ndio aanze kuapply alichojifunza kwa wanafunzi. Lakini mwanafunzi mwalimu anayesoma Open anasoma kitu leo anakiapply aidha mchana au kesho. Kwa hiyo kama tutakuwa na uwezo wa kuwafundisha hao walimu wa diploma, watakuwa wanajifunza kama wanafunzi wetu, at the same time wana
So the professor is actually responding by saying that in most cases, when such things have already been decided by the government, there is actually no way out. People must and people have to comply. So these owners must find a way of complying with these guidelines which have been given by the ministry, because it has already been ratified, it's already been signed, so all what is left is the implementation.
Nadhani tuwape nafasi sasa presenter kwanza, alafu discussant kama wanaweza kuchip in kwa lolote ile ambalo lilikuwa raised. Karibuni.
So chance is now given to the discussants to respond to what has been raised by the floor, and then maybe later on others will also get the chance to contribute again. First, I would like to thank you all for your contributions. I think the chairman of the council, Professor Kuzilwa, has said it all. Together with that other contributor from Tunduru. Let's remind each other that maybe we should remind each other that till we got here, where did we start? We actually started in 2021 by the process of getting the views and opinions of people, the whole country. So the process actually started in 2021. And I don't think if there is anyone in here who has not heard of the process of collecting the views. And there was actually a national conference involving these things. So till this point of time, a lot has been done. So the train has already left the station. This is an official policy. This is a national policy which has been ratified by the cabinet. So all these things about all these concerns about its implementation have already been reviewed, and it doesn't mean that immediately after January 2021 all these things will start, but you know, there will be stages. The implementation will start in stages. There will be the early class, there will be the third class,
Leo tutakuwa tunaenda kila mwaka unaongeza unapanua. In 4 years time tutakuwa tumemaliza.
So these vocational studies will be implemented in stages, so that general enrollment of Form 1 of all students
mali ya Form 1 nadhani Mama Sila umesema vizuri.
Will start first.
Shule chache na fani chache.
And actually we'll start with few schools
idadi ya
and
shule
few programs,
ya fani kila mwaka,
and they will keep on increasing annually according to the availability of teachers, teaching facilities,
by the time 2030 cycle iwe imefika.
But by the time we reach 2030, the vision is that we will have reached 5. So we have about 4 years of implementing this program. And I kind of feel that people are kind of avoiding the main thing.
How do we as higher education fit in this process?
Because the main theme is
for this?
How do we fit in the process as the higher education? As you've said that the implementation will start with the Form 5.
Okay, wataingia Form 5 July 2024.
They will enter Form 5 in July and they will finish Form 6 in May 2026.
No, October, November 2026.
Now they will come to these technical institutions in October 2026. So there is almost 2 years to prepare. So we cannot actually neglect our responsibility and start focusing on availability of books and other things. It won't be fair. So since we start with few classes, as you are seeing it on the mass media, right now, there is a massive training of teachers with regards to this issue. Books for these classes which are about to start have already been made and they're just waiting for distribution, probably in December.
Well, we don't have the details.
So I would actually advise you to focus on those things which are being required of us. So thank you. I would like to also respond to the colleague, the guy from Precision Air.
Lakini kitu ambacho sikukisema, sera inasisitiza.
So the stakeholders were actually involved and the policy actually insists on partnership between what is the so-called industry and training institutions in all levels of education, in the provision of education. So the partnerships include sending people for industrial training, but is it beneficial?
The term industry katika mazingira ya kwetu sio lazima iwe ni BOT, sio lazima iwe ni kiwanda gani kikubwa. Industry in our local context.
So the term industry in our local context does not necessarily refer to the big industries like the TVL, the BOT, but in our local context, industries might include even this. Small entrepreneurs, small medium entrepreneurs. And by engaging students with this type of small and medium enterprises, the students get the chance to learn in action. They get to know about the theories and the practice. So most of our young men are not employed these days. So once you start doing this, by integrating all these industries, it's going to be more beneficial.
What did I say at the beginning? na nilikuwa nataka kuchokoza mjadala wa namna tutakavyowezesha haya. Hakuna mtu atatuletea majibu.
So what he said at the beginning is that he actually wanted to stimulate the discussion. No one will bring answers of our challenges and problems. We ourselves have to read the policy and face our own challenges and get solutions. So the response to the engineer, who actually had two concerns. One was about how does the curricula look at our regional demands. For example, like people in Mtwara cultivate cashew and some other people and other people cultivate different other crops. So what is being said in the policy and in the curriculum, especially in the stream of vocational training,
amali ya kuchimba dhahabu katika sehemu ambayo hakuna migodi ya dhahabu kabisa.
What is trying to say is that there should not be studies about digging gold, especially in places where there is no gold, or teach students about fishing in areas where there is no fish. So these programs and these vocational studies and training should be given in relevant places. Like you should teach students agriculture in places where they can farm. You should teach students about fishing in areas where there are water bodies, lakes, oceans, rivers, and so forth.
What do you do with it?
For example, if we had decided to embed the issues of COVID in our curriculum, and then a few years later COVID is over, so how do you keep on teaching such a thing? So it should be a type of a flexible training.
Sasa hizo fani ni zipi? Inategemea local opportunities, inategemea wakati.
So these things depend on many factors. They depend on time. They depend on available resources.
Wakaliba hiyo. Tunaweza tukatengeneza welders wa shule nyingi sasa zitoe welding ya level hii. Baada ya muda ile fursa imeisha.
So for example, if we get a huge project like installing pipelines for transporting oil, and we know that that program can last long, we can also start introducing programs like welding to our schools, knowing that this type of skill which has been imparted will also help in the construction of these pipelines, which we know that they will last long. So there are no good curricula in the world which are like that. We live in a world where we need rapid adaptability because the environment changes rapidly. So let me give a chance for others to contribute. I thank you very much. So this is the Vice Chancellor responding to the discussions given. So he's actually thanking for being given that chance to respond. So number one is about the issue of language, and the issue of language is not about the students, it's about the teachers. You can teach pupils in Chinese. Take a boy from the village, teach him Chinese, and he can understand. But the problem is with the teachers.
That the lecturer is giving a lecture using a local language.
I've been receiving calls from Ghana that the lecturer is teaching using the local language, and the students don't understand. And that is why we also discourage our teachers conducting Zoom classes by using Kiswahili, because we have a diversity of students.
mwenyekiti alijibu vizuri kwamba unaweza kumfundisha mtu skill yoyote bila hata kuhitaji.
Yeah, so I think the main concern should not be on language, because Professor Veresanka has already addressed it, that when it comes to skills, you can just impart skills without taking so much consideration into the language issue.
Kuna kitu watoto wanaenda shuleni wao wenyewe wanajipeleka kwa boti, hawana skipa, wao wenyewe wanaisha boti lao mpaka shuleni. Wakimaliza shule boti lao wanachukua wanapanda.
So the other thing is about teaching skills according to the environment. For example, the students in Kigoma should be taught about teaching, because there is a huge like Tanganyika there. And that will actually help them, because the environment needs them to know such a skills. For example, I'll give you an example. I've traveled many times between Morogoro and Mwanza. There are plenty of rocks and stones. If you start counting the available rocks that are available there between Morogoro and Mwanza,
what's wrong with us?
There's so many rocks, but you will not find a single house made of rocks. So the thing is, we might be having a lot of these resources, like all these rocks are there. So we can utilize these rocks for building materials. Like I've gone to Parana and I've seen this church built by the Germans, and it was very strong. It has lasted for centuries.
We need to revive those kind of skills.
The other thing is,
yes, but again about language. Nitaka mfano 2006. When I was
another
in Rwanda,
issue again is about the language.
The president declared that we shall start teaching in English instead of French. Kuanzia primary school watafundishwa
in 2006 the French, I mean in Rwanda it was declared that the medium of instruction for schools will be in French, and they were actually given only 6 months. I mean, it was declared that the model of instruction should be English, so they were given 6 months, and they were given an ultimatum, either to learn English and start teaching English as the medium of instruction. So there are only 2 options, either to learn English and start teaching in English, or to quit and leave others who are willing to. So yeah, that's an example that I wanted to show with you. So we really don't need to think much about language and everything. So the teachers have to cope with this directive. Otherwise, other people will come and take their jobs.
You can use local fundis. You can use local artisans to come and train your people. We take him to buy a degree.
And the other issue is about training. We did not say that all the teachers should have these vocational skills. Like we don't need teachers to teach students about carpentry, or we don't need teachers to teach students about masonry. We can actually take actual carpenters, we can actually take farmers and all these people of these professions to teach our pupils. So it's not necessary that we use teachers to do all these things. We can use just any other person with this particular skill.
To postpone. So
I would also like to go to this other issue of one contributor who said that maybe we should postpone. So the verse is actually reminding the audience of a directive given a long time ago that of how the government came with the directive of removing class 7, and that students will be studying till class 8. So it's not the first time such directives are coming from the government.
Now my best
it has
advice
happened
would be
before.
the government
So once such directives are given, I think the only thing to do is to make sure that we cope, and we cope fast. Like for example, in last year's Standard 7 exam, there was 1.38 million students who wrote the Class 7 exam last year. But in private schools, it was only 55 students, 55,000 students.
Not enough capacity. Kwa hiyo ni lazima tuanze kujiuliza tukukuna picha kwamba hawa watoto watakao na itakuwa ni kwa mwaka mmoja. Miaka inayofuata wanarudi tena pale pale. Where do we put those kids? This should be the biggest worry for me and for everybody else. Otherwise, nashukuru sana. Asanteni.
Okay, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Asante, mimi sikuwa na mengi. Ndani yote amejibiwa na keynote speaker.
So this is Professor Deus Ngaruko, who was the second discussant, and he's actually saying that he doesn't have much to contribute because most of the things have already been exhausted by the previous speakers.
Na findings zenu zitakuwa rahisi kuwa adopted na adapted kwenye mtaala. Tusiogope kwamba
so he's actually saying that we should not be afraid that if we introduce some new expertise or new skill, we would not be able to be used in the lower levels. And the last is that I would like to insist on the what is Professor Makolelo, who is actually the Deputy Vice.
Awali ya yote naanza kushukuru kwa kupewa fursa hii.
First, I'd like to thank these thanks.
Kuzitoa shukrani hizi kwa lugha ya Kiingereza.
I was prepared to give a vote of thanks in English, but later on I decided that I should Commissioner of Rovuma. First of all, to host
napata msamiati kutuhost hapa kwa maana ya
I would like to thank him for host our 33rd annual general meeting of the convocation, as well as the 42nd graduation of the Open University of Tanzania. I know it's a huge task because it needs resources, a lot of logistics are needed, as well as the labor force. But they have been able to host us and accommodate us and organize this event. But we also thank them for their readiness. That even if we decide to graduations, they're ready. So we really thank them for that. I would also like to thank the guest of honor for his speech, which was presented here, of which a speech which gave a wider picture of what this convocation is trying to address. And we, as the Open University of Tanzania, will take most of these opinions and suggestions and work on them so that we can see how we can be able to improve this new policy, this new education policy. Secondly, I would like to thank Professor Mabeo, who was the presenter of the keynote address. So I would like to thank him first for taking us through this review of He has given us the context of how this review has come about, like what led to but itself, he took us through the structure, and he took us through the changes of this education and training policy. So as to participate in this event. As you understand that Songea is very far and has a responsibilities, but he was able to give time to prepare this fabulous presentation and then come to join us in the convocation and the graduation. The different challenges which are there in the understanding and the implementation of this policy, but also the readiness in the implementation, especially from the part of the Open University of Tanzania. They have explained well of how the Open University of Tanzania had already started the programs of training, teaching, diploma level in order to cope with these requirements. And it actually started even before this review, but we would also like to thank. The discussion was serious. It was a heated debate. People have been giving their views on when to start, how to start. Later on, clarifications of that this review and this policy is going stage by stage, and that we just have to cope. But also important is that we, as the University of Tanzania and other universities, we should know that we have very little time to prepare for these reviews. As we have been told that we have almost 2 years of preparing ourselves so as to accommodate these new students who will have been enrolled in this new system. So it's important to continue using these opportunities which are there so as to put effective measures on how to plan and implement our programs as well as improve our problems, so as also to build capacity in implementing these reviews. As it has been said by the chairman, this is not the end of the discussion. We can keep on having these discussions in other forums so as to see how we can proceed forward in the implementation of these reviews of these policies. But I would also like to take this opportunity to thank different committees for preparing this convocation. I would first like to thank the president of the convocation, Professor Modest Velisanga, and his team for doing a good job in the preparation of this convocation and this congregation. I would also like to congratulate the committee, the organizing committee of the graduation. I know it was not a small job. It was a big job. There were a lot of challenges. We understand that some of them came very late. They actually arrived in the morning from Dar es Salaam. They had a breakdown on their way. So I understand that there have been a lot of challenges. I also understand time has gone. And we're almost approaching to the end, and probably this is not the time to talk too much or extend my speech in talking, so I'd like to extend my final gratitude to all the people who have been able, but I would also like to urge them to keep on remaining till tomorrow for the graduation ceremony. I'd like to thank you all and wish you a good graduation ceremony. Thank you very much. So that was Professor Alex Makolilo, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Learning Technologies and Regional Services. Now on the podium is the President of the convocation himself, Professor Modest Velisanga. So he's announcing for a lunch break, and then next will be the second session of the convocation, which is now the annual general meeting of the convocation. So this one is specifically for those who are concerned with the convocation, but others are also allowed.
Please relax and enjoy our hospitality. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Professor Velisanga. Shabani Lila, ambaye ni senior judge, ambapo kesho atahitimu shahada ya upili katika sheria. Mheshimiwa Jaji, naomba simama. Huyo. Nashukuru sana kuungana nasi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Jaji. Lakini kuna wengine nafikiri watakuwa wameshatoka. Alikuwepo na mtumwa
First session is over. What you're seeing right now is the photo session, and today was the convocation. Tomorrow will be the graduation ceremony. I would like to thank you very much for all those who have joined us. I'd like to thank you very much. But have been able to join this live broadcast on our YouTube channel. We thank you a lot. So I would call upon you to join us again tomorrow for the graduation ceremony, which will be held at Majimaji Stadium. The 42nd graduation ceremony of the Open University of Tanzania. We're also going to have a live YouTube broadcast just like the one we've had today. We've had different events for the day. So we started with the welcoming remarks from the president of the convocation, Professor Modest Verisanga. Then we had the VC coming forward to welcome all the invited guests. So the opening remarks were, the welcoming remarks were given by Professor Modest Verisanga, who is the president of the convocation. What followed was the opening remarks, which were given by the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Tanzania, Professor Bisanda. Then we had the preamble to awards presentation. This was given by the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics, Research and Publication, Professor Deus Ngaruko. After the preamble came the actual award presentation, which lasted for pretty some time, as we saw different. We had almost 10 awards, and we witnessed how our best performing students took those awards. We also had awards from the leaders of the students' government. We also had special awards for the leaders who had immense contribution for today's events. Yeah. Then what followed was the speech from the guest of honor. The guest of honor, as we said, is Colonel Thomas Laban. But before his speech, we had a speech from the district commissioner, who after finishing his speech welcomed the regional commissioner. And then after that we had the keynote address, which had actually resulted into all these discussions which we had. And the keynote address was, the topic of the keynote address was the implications of the newly revised Education and Training Policy 2023 and the future higher education institutions in Tanzania. So afterwards we had that long discussions, and as you have heard, the contributions from invited guests, contributions from the discussants. The first discussant was Professor Bisanda, and the other discussant was Professor Ngaruko. Yeah, and then lastly we had the vote of thanks, which was given by Professor Alex Makulilo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Learning Technologies and Regional Services. And then the event was officially closed by the President of the convocation. What we are having now is the photo session. After the photo session, people will be given the lunch break, and after the lunch break, as we've been informed, will be the second session of the annual general meeting of the convocation. And after that, our event will be over. So once again, I would like to thank you, all the viewers who have joined us particularly our foreign students from Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Namibia, Egypt. We thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed our live broadcast, but I would again like to welcome you for tomorrow's major event, the 42nd graduation ceremony of the Open University of Tanzania. A link will be provided, so until we meet again next time, thank you very much for joining us.
Wale mliopata zawadi, wote mliopata zawadi kwa ujumla wenu mlioko kutoka kundi. Sogeni. Sawa. Cheers. Yes. Good. Asante sana. Wale waliopata zawadi, wawakilishi waliopata zawadi wote jioni, waliopata zawadi mbali, jioni sana. Best students, wafanyakazi wote wa chuo ambao mko hapa, kwa picha ya mwisho hiyo, kutoka hawa watoto wafanyakazi wa chuo. Kiacha wale directors ambao nimeshauri. Haya. Wafanyakazi wote wa chuo, wengine ambao tuko hapa, Joni. Secretariat ile. Joni. Dr. Frank. Come. Joni. Yes. International students who are around, please. International students, yes, join us. So get popular in the Asante sana. Naona hakuna niliyoacha. Karibuni sana. Hivi sasa tunaelekea vitu vyetu. Maulana.
Asante sana. Kuishi mubashara. Nilichokutana nacho hapa. Andanjia.
Mheshimiwa Jaji, Maulana, viongozi wetu hasa seneti, tafadhali tunaomba ujumbe wa baraza na seneti, tunaomba kufuata viongozi wetu. Waongozeni viongozi wetu. Wengine naomba tuketi, nitawaelekeza kila mtu kupake. Graduates wetu naomba mkae, nitawaelekeza vizuri ngoja viongozi wetu kutoka kuza mkini tunakuwaje.
wapi?
Naam. Huyu uko Simiyu.
Sawa. Naona awadi yake ni GPA kubwa katika Faculty of Business Management.
Asema mwenyewe. Sawa. Si ndio? Kwa 47 FDM kwa wanawake. Kwa wanawake nchi nzima.
Kwa mimi nitakachomuuliza
Stone. Dr. Aim.
Tutangazia sasa hivi tuna
So after the photo session, we're going to have an interview who got awards today, and we'll ask them a few questions, and they will share with us their experience.
Naomba sasa Dr. Maulid
we'll get to hear their advice
wa viongozi wetu kuelekea ile sehemu ya chakula.
On the secret of their success.
Dr. Maulid, naomba uongoze viongozi wetu.
Stay tuned, we'll soon be having an interview with them.
Watifu tafadhali, watifu na wakumbuke naomba fuate. Watifa na wakurugenzi tumeandaa vitu vichache pale, kwa hiyo sisi staff wengine tutabaki hapa, lakini wakurugenzi na wafuate mgeni rasmi. Mkiona panajaa basi mtarudi huko. Kama mtaona panajaa pale basi mnarudi huko. Narudi huku tunaandaa vizuri pia. Sasa asante sana. Sisi wengine tutapata kula hapa. Tutapata utaratibu kufuatia chakula kipo cha kwa hiyo naenda pale safi sana, tumeshaanza. Leo tunaenda chap pale yenyewe, wengine subirini. Tunaenda chap, watu wote tutapata chakula, na mimi nitakuwa mtu wa mwisho, nitakuwa nawaita. Kwa hiyo mimi mwenyewe siendi pale.
Mzeke huko kabisa.
Tuambie.
Shika. Alfred, inabidi uzishike watu waone.
Bwana amerudi hapa. Huyu mwanafunzi wangu.
Okay, sawa.
Hello?
Watazamaji wetu wa YouTube channel, hapo na baadhi ya washindi wa mnaona mbele yangu ni best performers. Hapa nipo na dada Winfrida Daudi, lakini vile vile nipo na dada Beatrice Mwandokesi. Miss Winfrida Daudi yeye ndo mwanafunzi aliyepata yeye ndio alipata GPA ya juu kushinda wanafunzi wote. Amepata GPA ya 4.7, lakini vile vile dada Beatrice Mwandokesi yeye ndo mwanafunzi wa kike aliyepata GPA ya juu kushinda wote katika Faculty of Business Management. Labda tuanze na Winfrida, unajisikiaje kwa kushinda hizi tuzo zote leo?
Binafsi najisikia vizuri sana. I'm very happy. Yeah.
Ungependa kujua kwamba nini siri ya mafanikio yako mpaka kupata tuzo zote?
Is it possible kwamba I can beat? Yani nilijiuliza hivyo. Baadaye nikaanza kufanyia kazi through hard working. Nilijituma, nilijitesa, nilisoma kwa bidii zote. Lakini katika yote nilimtanguliza Mungu. Yeah.
Na vipi performance? Does it come by surprise? Vipi performance zako za huko nyuma katika shule nyingine ulizokuwa unasoma? Ulikuwa una perform namna hii au ni juhudi ambazo zimekuja kuonekana mwishoni?
Haikuja kama surprise. Because nakumbuka tangu darasa la kwanza I was the best performer. Nikaenda hivyo maliza advance Kibondo Girls nikiwa na division 1 ya point 8.
Sasa
nikaja nikaingia diploma. Nilipenda sana walimu, ndio maana sikwenda kwanza kule. Nilisema napenda sana kazi ya walimu, nataka niwe mwalimu by professional, na nilijua walimu mzuri, yani what I was believing kwamba walimu mzuri ni ule wa kwanza na diploma. Umeona? Baada ya hapo sasa nikawa na intention kwamba baada ya hapo ningeweza kujiendeleza kupitia Open University kwa sababu nilikuwa na IBCs. Naambiwa kuhusu chuo kikuu Huria cha Tanzania ambapo kinafanya vizuri.
Sasa katika
asante sana. Nimefurahi.
Okay, karibu sana. Hapa pia tunaye Beatrice Mwandokesi, yeye ndio mwanafunzi ambaye amepata GPA ya juu kushinda wote, lakini
kitovu ni lengo nilikuwa tayari
au neno kwa wanafunzi wetu wanaoendelea na graduates na watu wanaoinspire kuwa kama wewe?
Supplies kwamba haupangilii mafanikio siku zote, lazima uwe na mikakati. Ukiwa na mikakati mizuri lazima ufikie malengo yako. Lakini pia kwa watu ambao wako nje bado hawajajoin Open University of Tanzania, ninawashauri Open University ni chuo bora kabisa kwa vyuo vilivyoko Tanzania kwa sababu vinampa mtu nafasi ya kutekeleza majukumu yake vizuri, lakini wakati huo huo anapata elimu yake kama ambavyo mimi leo nimepata elimu yangu ya degree.
Okay, Beatrice pamoja na Winfrida, asante sana na tunawatakia hongera sana na Mungu awajalie katika kazi zenu huko mbele. Okay, tunashukuru. Wapenzi watazamaji wa YouTube channel yetu. Hao walikuwa ni baadhi ya washindi wa tuzo zilizotolewa leo. Tumekuwa tukifanya nao mahojiano na kama walivyosikia wametoa ushauri na wametupa siri ya mafanikio yao. Kwa hiyo tunawashukuru sana kwa kuwa na sisi tangu mwanzo wa matangazo haya mpaka mwisho, lakini vile vile msiache kuwa na sisi tena kesho ambapo tutakuwa na matangazo ambayo yanakwenda mubashara kama haya katika graduation ya mahafali ya 42 ya Chuo Kikuu